Hello, this is the politics stream. This is the second one we've done. We are going to chat about a few topics today. That's me and my co-host, Jess, are going to be chatting through a few different things as we did last time. The politics stream is every other week, off to a rocky start because the last one was actually 3 weeks ago, but from now on it'll be every other Monday. We're going to start properly in a couple of minutes, so get yourselves a drink. Stretch, take any medication you need, and we will be starting. We are going to be discussing today the U.S. unincorporated territories such as Puerto Rico, the American colonies in the modern day, the history of them, their situation, their political situation. I think it's going to be a good one. The second topic we're going to be talking about is more of a conceptual one, less direct application. Sorry to back up on myself. It's more concepts, more theory discussion, but it does directly relate to praxis. This section I've titled Ableism, Pronouns, Self-Care, and Activists Guide. And then the third one similarly has a very practical application, but is going to be a lot of theory talk. And I would love if chat would join in and talk with us over it. It's going to be troops in Washington for the inauguration versus Trump's attempted insurrection. The state monopoly on violence. So that's going to start in 2 minutes. Get yourselves a nice glass of water, tasty water. Take any medication you need, and we'll start in 2 minutes. Hello everyone. Let me start this thing. Okay. I have here my co-host Jess. Jess, hello.
Hello.
Prime guest, chief of the guests, or co-host? Somewhere on that line. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just happy to be here.
Well, you're welcome to be the official co-host, but I don't want to make you feel the pressure to always be around every single time. So either or.
Right. Well, no, I'm fine being your co-host until you get sick of me. You're
okay.
Like, wow.
All right, I'll carry on saying co-host for now.
Too much big fembo energy for me.
I've done this terrible thing where I put the chat names over my face again here. Hang on a second. There we go. That's better. New angle on the camera. Kind of worried that I'm looking that everyone's seeing my enormous Neanderthal brow and barely seeing my eyes at all. But it's a lot higher up because I wanted to capture these lovely flowers that my friend sent me.
Oh wow, those are lovely.
They knew I was having a bit of a rough time recently, and they just surprised me with an arrangement of flowers. I just think that's really nice. Anyway, Yacht says hi to Natalie in the background. Oh, she has headphones on. I'm sorry, she can't hear.
No, Natalie, watch out.
Oh no, she's got
She
AirPods
can't hear
in.
us.
So, I'm going to give everyone a couple of minutes, to share the link out for everybody to get in. I don't want people missing the discussion, but today we are talking about 3 topics. The first one we're going to discuss is the U.S. unincorporated territories, such as Puerto Rico, which are in fact colonies, is the real correct term. We're going to be talking about self-care in activism and why it matters, and we're going to be talking about the State Monopoly on Violence and how that relates to the insurrection, which I hope I'm allowed to talk about on Twitch, and it's only just occurring to me now that it might be a problem. Jesus Christ. And,
surely you're allowed to talk about it. Lots of other people have talked about it.
Yeah. You'd think. I know that it gets people demonetized on YouTube nowadays, which I think is pretty gross. But I know it's still the facts of the matter. Okay. So. This will be very much a chat participation encouraged situation. Especially for the second 2 topics, I've kind of got it a little more planned for the first one, with we're going to cover a few things really specifically, but then the second and third topics I really have, it's more of a discussion section. So, folks, if you want to... This first section... After the first stream, I said, what topics would you like to see discussed? And somebody said, I don't see any leftists online talking about the US colonies. So I went away to research it a bit, and... Well, first off, after that comment, I realized my absolute wealth of ignorance on the topic. So I went away to research it, and I thought, what might be the most helpful for today is if we simply discuss the existence of the US colonies, and their history a little bit, and maybe on a future stream we would get into a more, niche issue, a more particular issue. Latin HX says, Sophie, your hair is awesome. Thank you. I feel like it's terrible because when I've just dyed it, which is today, it comes out way too purple. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Marina. Okay.
No, I think it's good. It may just be that I'm a fan of things that are very purple, but
right.
I like it.
Thank you. Well, that's all very reassuring. Thank you, everyone. I usually actively avoid dyeing it when I need to film or when I need to stream because I dislike how dark and purple it gets. Tress is saying we demand a Jess cam, but then they put /S. So I know Jess is looking great because she tweeted she tweeted her look, even though she's not going to be on stream. But yeah. Right.
Well, I knew the only way I could get attention to boring politics is to post a thirst trap of some sort. So.
You're adopting my strategy.
Right.
I really went whole hog on that the other day. I just posted a bunch of selfies and then with some theory I wanted people to absorb. My tweet was just a block of text and then 3 pictures of myself.
Right, well that's how you have to do it.
Right. It's the only way I'm going to get these simps to absorb any theory. That's why I'm on camera now, really.
Exactly, yeah.
I don't want to be here, but this is how I'm gonna get these hogs to just soak up some level of education. Once again, folks, if you could tweet out the stream, encourage people to come hang out, and we'll start properly discussing in a minute. Yeah. In the meantime, let's review again. We're going to be talking today about U.S. unincorporated territories, U.S. colonies, that is, such as Puerto Rico. It's actually the territories more generally, because we're actually going to start with a video by CGP Grey where he covers all of the territories of the U.S., and they're not all called unincorporated or something. I don't know. We'll see it when we watch the vid. He goes through the technical terminology and not much else. Beef Tony says Snorlax and Wooloo in the background are also here to get viewers. That's very true. It's very true. Oh yeah, Cass Ask in chat has said, excited, loads of talk on the US colonies by Fun Fact YouTube, example CGP Grey, but no discussion by leftists. There we go. It's a very good starting point to just run over the that's a good term for it. The sort of fun fact YouTube. I like that. Right.
Yeah.
The second topic, like I said, is going to be about self-care in activism. The basic premise is that people on the online left, like to dismiss issues of ableism, self-care, respecting people's pronouns, these kinds of things. I'm not saying widespread. Widespread people are, a bit better than this, but certain people like to treat these as trivial, liberal, trivial concerns that shouldn't matter to the serious project of building communism. But I wanted to talk about what it's like in the real world, outside of that person's head, today. And then the third thing is about the attempted insurrection on January 6th and the inauguration on January 20th. Was it 20th, 21st? Which one was it? 21st, I think. Anyway, and the state monopoly on violence. Those second two will be more theory-focused stuff. I would appreciate people in the chat joining in. Those are the audience participation sections. The first one is us just all educating ourselves, learning some things, literally reading the Wikipedia together. It'll be fun. Okay. Let me turn down... It's the 20th, I got it wrong. Alright. Okay. Let me turn down that lo-fi. Cool. Cool. I just remembered there's like a book called The 20th Day of January, which is like a proto-Russian Gate thing.
20th. Oh, interesting.
I've just remembered it because there was a guy I used to listen to who I think has moved further left than this since, but was basically like a conspiracy lib. And so his like favorite thing was Russiagate. Yeah, it's by Ted Albury. And it's called The 20th Day of January, and it is about, like, I believe literally, like, Russians blackmailing a guy and he becomes president. Like, yeah. Anyway.
Oh.
I really can't wait to talk about, to write my essay, I've started, like, to finish my essay on conspiracy on the left, because, like, and I usually when I say the left, don't include liberals, because, like, of a kind of distinction between people who are quote unquote the left wing, but actually want to, like, change the status quo, really challenge the status quo. But when I'm saying conspiracy on the left, I am including Russiagate, and I think it's a really interesting thing to look at. Are we going to be talking about that tweet that went around about ADHD only existing under capitalism? OP got ratioed into oblivion, but it brought up some interesting talking points about accessibility under proposed leftist societies. That sounds great. If you would DM me that. I haven't seen that, but that's an interesting thing. I imagine we're going to end up talking a little bit about Mark Fisher.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Jess has read Capitalist Realism as well, and also shares my opinions about Mark Fisher's takes on disability. So, you know, I know that's going to be some of it. Okay. All right. We're at 18 now minutes in, so let's let's begin. Okay.
Are we beginning? Are we doing it?
We're properly beginning. So here's the first
All right.
topic.
Oh, we don't have a theme song or anything, like an intro?
We got to work towards
start?
that. So this this stream, I just like confirmed that you're the co-host. So like we really have a long way to go. Like maybe by the next stream we'll have a theme song.
Okay, all right. We can work towards it.
Right, yeah.
I'm okay with steady growth.
So grim portent that this is, let me transition over to the American flag, which is the first visual of this CGP Grey video I want us to watch. Okay, I'm gonna, I guess, mute myself while we're watching this, because I have things that I want to interrupt with, but I don't think I want to jump in on them right away. I think I'll go back to them. Okay, let's watch this video first. This is called American Empire. I'm really falling at the first hurdle here, but the title is a bit of a gripe for me because the American Empire is not just the things that are legally registered as belonging to America. But we'll watch it anyway, and then we'll go back and discuss that after. Okay.
The United States is, shockingly, a bunch of states that are united. It was just 13 to start with, but as time marched on, the border marched west, bringing us to today and the 48 contiguous states plus Alaska and Hawaii. Usually drawn in these little boxes, not to scale, because Hawaii is in the middle of a vast ocean of deadly nothingness and Alaska is monstrous. Unlike other unions where members can leave if they so choose, statehood is eternal, even for you, Texas. Now, how the federal government works is a story for another time, but at the moment all you need know is that Congress, where national laws are written, is made of representatives sent from the states. Now, there are some non-state gaps not visible on this map. The first is Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, which is a stateless limbo land between Maryland and Virginia. As D.C. is a city without a state, it puts her under the control of Congress, meaning that all the other states get the final say on how D.C. is run, while she doesn't get a vote in anything. It didn't matter when this District of Columbia was basically uninhabited, but since more people live in DC now than do in a couple of states, it's an uncomfortable arrangement. The other gaps on this map are the American Indian reservations, which are numerous. The United States kind of administers them while sort of treating them as foreign nations, which means you could draw the state boundaries to look like this, because the reservations are kind of apart from those states. But the American Indian reservations are such a full of asterisks, oh so sensitive situation, it's also better as a story for another time. Gaps aside, the continent and Hawaii is mostly straightforward, but there's more than just these United States. When the US ran out of lands to manifest destiny, she learned from the best and territorified a whole bunch of islands. First up, Puerto Rico, an organized, unincorporated territory of the US. This means she's self-governing to some extent, and that all of the US Constitution doesn't automatically apply on the island. Now, 3.7 million people live in Puerto Rico, which is 91% of the people living on US territorial islands and more people than live in 21 of the states. And the US treats Puerto Rico as a state in almost all but name, which possibly soon she will be anyway, bringing the number of stars to a nice even 51. But Puerto Rico isn't the only organized unincorporated territory. There's also Guam, which was acquired in the Spanish-American War along with Puerto Rico. There's the Northern Mariana Islands, taken from Japan during World War II, and the US Virgin Islands, taken from nobody. Denmark sold her. The people in these territories are American citizens. In most ways, the territories are just like DC. Congress can override their local governments, and they don't have representation because no stateation. But otherwise, it's America. Actually, the territories and DC do get to elect congressional representatives who attend all of the meetings but just can't vote in any of them, which is either the worst job in the world or the best job in the world, depending on the kind of person who gets it. Also, since votes for president are based on state population, citizens in the territories can't vote, which, as mentioned in a previous video, leads to the weird situation that Americans who live in foreign countries can vote for president in the state where they last lived, while Americans who live in America, just in a territory, cannot. Along with these unincorporated organized territories, there are also unincorporated unorganized territories. Actually, quite a few. They are Howland Island, Navissa Island, Wake Island, Jarvis Island, Johnson Atoll, Kingman Reef, Midway Reef, Serranillo Bank, and Bajo Nuevo Bank. Most of these were acquired under the
I'm really trying to hold my tongue here, but we're going through some stuff That is really pissing me off. We'll get back around to it in a minute.
Rightfully named Guano Islands Act when the US decided she wanted a bunch of islands filled with bird poop. No, really, the US just straight up wrote a law to declare that those islands were now hers. Unorganized in this system means there's no local government on these islands because no one lives in these places. Some of them are barely above the waterline. Now, the weird category is unorganized incorporated territories, of which there is one, the Palmyra Atoll, claimed by the US after the totally peaceful annexation of Hawaii. They're currently an uninhabited nature reserve, but incorporated means the US Constitution applies here to who? The Palmyra Atoll is like that question about a tree falling in the forest. If there are no people for the Constitution to apply to, does the Constitution still apply? Yes. This means if a foreigner gives birth on this uninhabited strip and doesn't die from the nature, their child would be an American citizen. Now, this category is empty. It's where territories go before they become states, when basically the Constitution fully applies, and it was last occupied by Hawaii. We've gone full circle, but there is one territory we've left out: American Samoa, home to 55,000 people. Uniquely, American Samoans don't get to be citizens, but instead are American nationals. They can live in the states, but can't vote in presidential elections unless they go through the immigration process like any foreigner, even though in all other ways they're indistinguishable from citizens. This is unique to American Samoa, and there seems to be no reason for it other than that Congress hasn't gotten around to updating the system. American Samoa is in the no government category, like it's Lord of the Flies over there, which it obviously isn't. So American Samoa with its organized government needs to go over here, and Puerto Rico, essentially a state, needs to go over here, and the empty Palmyra Atoll needs to go over here.
Okay, I'm gonna stop the video there, honestly, because I'm getting pissed off. I'm getting pissed off, and also the rest of the video is not that interesting. Like, yeah, it's him doing this thing here, where he's like explaining where things should go according to the technical facts, I guess. Just kind of useless. I really like that term describing CGP Grey as fun fact YouTube. I think that's exactly it, and also exactly the issue with exploring topics like this. Let me just put on my not liberal colorblindness goggles and rewatch a bit of that. Just go watch some of that again. Like here, where hang on.
Gone full circle, but there is one territory we've left out: American Samoa, home to 55,000 people. Uniquely, American Samoans don't get to be citizens, but instead are American nationals. They can live in the states, but can't vote in presidential elections unless they go through the immigration process like any foreigner, even though in all other ways they're indistinguishable from citizens. This
are they, in all other... There's no difference between, there's no discernible reason why they would be being treated differently. And they're in all other ways just exactly the same as everybody else. So,
well, hold on, you're being a bit unfair. Fun fact, actually, technically, they should be in the organized unincorporated territory category instead of the unorganized unincorporated territory category.
Well,
fun fact, they're actually kind of misplaced there. Must be like a technicality or something. I don't know. Just fun fact. Technically, they're in the wrong place.
It's just one of those weird things, you know, like Puerto Rico and Samoa, they have been kind of like weirdly misplaced. It's kind of like a kooky little like bingo situation there, where like Mitch McConnell, you know, turns a crank on a big drum, and if your ball happens to come up, then yeah, you get to be a state, you get incorporated in, you get all the same rights as the rest of America, but you know, their ball just didn't come up. It's just bad luck. Oops, you know, it's complicated, and it's all just technicalities. And oh, wait a minute, I just remembered about racism. Jess, Jess, shit, I forgot about racism.
Damn.
Fuck. Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Guys, shit. I just remembered about racism. Oh no. This is like the biggest gripe I have with this video, like the whole way through. Your boy just keeps on pretending. Like, I have to say pretending because, like, you didn't forget. Like, it's not an accident. Like, I have to say pretending like the history of the United States is not insanely racist, and also like, I don't know, like these exact things that he's looking at are not caused by racism. He makes this joke. It's back like
with Hawaii, yeah.
about Hawaii, right? He makes this joke
Yeah.
about
Totally
the peaceful annexation of Hawaii, and it's like, I don't know where it is. We don't need to watch the bit again. There it is. That was what was on screen when he was saying it. He makes this joke, but it's like, with the rest of the video, this is a very, like, honestly troubling joke to make, because, like, the rest of the fucking video, he's talking about things where majority non-white populations, like, kind of, and or just like, it's the state was taken from a Spanish project, like the Spanish colonial project or whatever. Like, he just pretends that race has nothing to do with it, and it's so strange. Like, it's just so strange to be omitting all of that, and then on top of it, like, make a joke where the joke is, we all know that's not, like, all right, I'm just going on and on. I have two main gripes with this. One is the omission of America's racist history. The other is one we'll get to later with the article I'm intending to read. But for the most part, it's like, you know, there's a reasonable, like, summary of U.S. territories. There you go. That's what the video should be called. It should be called U.S. Territories. Calling it American Empire is a fucking farce. That's my third gripe that I forgot about until just now. The American Empire is a worldwide system whereby America controls, like, so much of the globe via capitalism. Oh, you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
You sure?
Yeah, sir.
Where America controls so much of the globe via capitalism, there's a concept in imperialism, a client state. Basically, like, you're not technically part of the empire, you haven't been incorporated in, and not in the ways that I'm talking about with these, like, much more technical distinctions here, but in a very literal sense, like, your state is its own thing. Until, like, that's the idea of a client state. Like, you do everything the empire says, and if you put up too much of a resistance, you would find yourself a little bit invaded. And
As many Latin American countries have just
right.
in particular.
Like,
It's it seems very similar to me in the way that some Americans will say that racism doesn't exist in the U.S. because it's not legally, like, there's no laws saying that the racism exists anymore.
That's why, I mean, that's why I said it was like, it's like the liberal colorblindness here is really astonishing. Yeah, so first point, calling the video American Empire, on the face of it, absurd, just, like, ridiculous. The American Empire is like half the world, if not more, and is a very complicated thing that involves understanding of global capitalism and global imperialism, and colonial history, absolutely, which is second gripe. The colonial history has been completely erased. Third gripe we'll get to later. Yeah, I guess we could think of these territories in a similar way to what I was just describing with client states, like giving, say, Puerto Ricans, which I believe is 3.8 million people. Let me just double check that one. He said it in the video, but this video was made in 2014. Which is just funny to me because, like, of course, a video that just, like, pretends that colonial history doesn't exist
Wait, hold on. This came out 7 years ago?
Yeah. Yeah.
But why haven't these things been fixed yet if you brought our attention to it finally?
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, he drew our attention to these technical issues with American democracy. Puerto Rican population's actually gone down since then. It's actually 3.2 million now. But, like, of course this video was made under Obama. Of course this video was made under Obama. Of course. to just go and, like, yeah, just completely omit colonial history and racism like it doesn't exist or matter. Yeah, jeez. Jeepers creepers. Tony, I don't think it's because of the natural disasters. If you look at the graph of their population, it's a curved decline rather than sudden drop-offs because of, like, disasters happening. And as your boy says here, you know, they have a bigger population, or had then a bigger population than 21 current US states, so, you know, it's a big place.
Yeah, I mean, I could speculate on it, but I don't know how much good that would do.
I don't really care to talk about their population drop. It's not such a huge thing, and yeah, whatever. I'm not that fussed. Instead, what I want to talk about is statehood, which is something that CGP Grey brings up in the video, and says in 2014, Puerto Rico will just surely be a state any second now. I don't know. He kind of flew past us there. Is it here?
Statetation. But otherwise, it's America. Actually, the territories NDC
It's,
do get to
it's
elect.
where the flag is shown adding a star to it.
Oh, okay.
It's like 51 stars or whatever.
Right.
51 states.
Whatever. I don't necessarily need to find the bit where he says it, but yeah, he says
Right.
very casually, like, it'll happen. You know, any minute now.
Yeah. Well, it's just a technical reason why they're not a state.
Right. It's so annoying. Like, there's just this pretending. This is this is from the article I'm going to get around to reading in a minute, but Mitch McConnell has called incorporating Puerto Rico as a state full-born socialism.
Oh,
like-
it's that easy?
Right, yeah, it's like a level skip. So if you want to do any percent American democracy, you just have to get Puerto Rico incorporated as a state. I'm happy to rest it on this visual here. You're pretty much a state. You know, the crucial difference, as CGP Grey covers, is that, like, the crucial difference is that they can't fucking vote, and their representatives can't vote. They go to all the meetings, but just don't get any say whatsoever. Like, the degree to which Puerto Rico is just forced to be in the passenger seat of the car is, yeah, really in every facet of their political life. It really sucks.
Right. Also, I'm pretty sure he said during the video that, like, any decision they make can be overruled by the federal government.
Yeah, so this
Like,
is...
as a territory.
It has to be... Exactly, that's exactly it. And then, like, to be made a state, they would have to be approved by Congress and the Senate. Which even in 2014, because Obama was a sitting duck by then, right?
No, not until
Oh, it would have been 20...
like after the election in 2016.
Oh, really? Okay, that late. Okay, either way.
Right. Yeah, a president is a sitting duck after they've lost the election or they've run out of terms to run for election, and the other, like, they no longer really have any political sway.
Oh, okay, well, I just meant the I just meant the red wave for Obama. When the Republicans got
I mean, lame duck.
like everything. Yeah, but I don't like the term lame.
Yeah, that's the word. That's the word. Crazy,
Okay, all right. I was trying to avoid the term. I thought they were synonymous. No, it's good.
Yeah,
It's good
that's
to know
a
the
good call.
distinction.
That's a good call. Yeah.
So Obama was a sad duck when this video was made, I think. So unless it was like shortly after, but like it's kind of ridiculous. Like it's kind of a ridiculous video in that sense. Like this claim that like sure, Puerto Rico will just be a state any second now. I'm sure it's around the corner. There's no reason why they're not. There's no reason. There's no reason. There's no reason. He just keeps saying this. There's no reason, and then makes this joke about Hawaii, Hawaii's peaceful annexation. The atoll stuff is kind of interesting. I don't know the reasons for their claiming those places. Maybe it's a military
Yeah.
thing initially. I know that now they're the places that nuclear tests are carried out.
It was then.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Yeah.
I wanted to. I'm happy. Like I said, this section's a little more like oriented at the education. That's why I'm going to be just like doing a couple of like Wikipedia articles, going over like some history. But I'm totally open for like chat suggestions, like if there are questions and we want to talk over anything. An interesting thing in the history of Puerto Rico is that when they were made a where is it? When they were made a territory of the U.S. After the Spanish-American War, America also got the Philippines, and the Philippines became independent in, I think, 1946. So, this is the first thing I want to bring in. This, independence from the U.S. is another possibility, and it doesn't really get talked about as much as when this is already a topic we don't talk about enough, like the U.S.'s colonies. Whenever it gets talked about, we're talking about Puerto Rico becoming a state, and as in one of the United States, not as in having a self-governing state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because it's never from the point of view of like this is what would be best for the people living there. It's from like, oh, we get 2 extra Senate seats and we need those Senate seats in order to beat the Republicans.
Exactly. So that's the article that I'm going to read in a minute is white liberals must stop pushing Puerto Rican statehood for their own benefit. Let us decide. So this is, as I said, the kind of third big gripe I have with this CGP Grey video, because like what the hell? Just very like pretending like there is no reason that these places aren't given, the people in these places aren't given the same rights as the rest of America.
Right. There's like
it.
there's no consideration even to the question of whether or not they want to be a state.
Right.
In the video.
Joking about it, and then on top of all that, simply not entertaining just being so certain Puerto Rico will be made a state any day now. Puerto Rico now has had, I believe, 6 referenda on its statehood, and had them just like ignored. Like it's just not an issue that like the US government takes seriously at all. Lorcan says, hey, at the Amos Sophie, that's a really cool icon in the bottom right of the corner of the video. Is that available on some merch or anything? Yes, it is. Hang on a second. Thank you for reminding me to promote myself. It's very nice of you, Lorcan. If anyone is interested in getting the Thema Sophie logo, the Curio, it's my icon on YouTube, and my friend Finn did it, and we're splitting the profits from these cool shirts you can get now. I'll go get the thing on screen. Look at that! Look at that! Oh, how cool is that? Thanks for the plug, Lorcan. But yeah, like to just like casually say that it's such a done deal. Puerto Rico will be a state any second now. Yeah, definitely compounds on top of the pretending like there's no reason that they're not. If there are any points in chat, let's. I'm just gonna have a scroll back up first. But then I'll just start reading this. And Jess, if you have any thoughts.
Yeah, if you go back to the YouTube page,
I'm back on that.
my eye caught something. Are you okay? I can't. It's delayed for me. Anyway, I'm not sure if this is a fun fact YouTuber, but the oversimplified, like naming yourself oversimplified on YouTube, I think that's great. I like that a lot.
Wait, is this in the suggested?
Yeah, it's to the right hand side.
The American Civil War oversimplified. Oh wow.
It's really like that.
Uh.
I have no idea if that's a fun fact YouTuber, but I really want it to be.
Right. I think I can stream you my display. I was just thinking about that. Wonder if I can do that. Share my screen. Share my screen. Then you should be able to see what I'm doing live. Can you see that now? Can you see ahead of the stream now?
If I go into Discord,
That's what I mean, yeah.
maybe. No.
Oh, really?
It's not. Oh, wait, actually. No. No, it's not.
Damn.
I mean, I can see it. It's just a little bit delayed.
Okay, it's fine. Don't worry. Yeah, I'll just press on. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I mean, it's guys with stick figure drawings and little cartoons talking about historical events. It probably is another fun fact YouTuber. I don't know them. Sorry, oversimplified, if your name is misleading and we're judging you unfairly. Lartnate says he makes jokey history animation. There you go. That's, yeah.
That's good. I had no criticisms. I'm just saying I quite enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so Lorcan said, oh, now why can I just not find anything I'm looking for? No, I can't find it anymore. I'm sorry, everyone. I've lost my place in chat really badly. So, there's a really respected modern historian in Germany, and he once wrote a historical article about why history studies are leftist in its nature. Was he saying that as a, like, critically, or did he just mean like reality has a leftist bias? Is CGP Grey not the one who defends monarchy? Yeah, I think Sean did a video about that. Yeah, it was a very silly video. He didn't really understand what he was talking about there either. This is the wrong article. Here we go. So let's start reading. White liberals must stop pushing Puerto Rican statehood for their own benefit. Let us decide. So, telling a nation you colonized that you know what's best for them is no more progressive in this century than it was in the last two. The liberal fantasy of having 104 US senators this is going very well. 4 new guaranteed Democrats to end the Republican majority is all dependent on statehood being granted to Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico. And while the push for the DC statehood might have more credibility inside Washington and inside the progressive movement, the push on the mainland for Puerto Rico statehood is now mostly coming from a group of people who lack any real knowledge about the colony's history or its long-standing independence movement. Yot says about the German historian, he was saying that history is looking critical at the past and conservatives don't do that, hence why being a good historian is being left-wing. That's cool. I mean, and that's true. Actually, a benevolent monarch would be great. Yeah, it's very silly. Okay, sorry. Back to this. This is a point, like, that ties into what we were saying last time about, like, indigenous land rights. Just, like, a lot of people will have a discussion about this stuff and not just refer directly to what's being said by these people. So this is why last time, I read out a couple of articles from Maori people talking about Maori land rights and about the event celebrating the March for Maori land rights. And, same thing here. Like, we can just read what Puerto Ricans are saying about this issue directly. It's less of an issue here because, like, part of the reason I wanted to talk last time about indigenous land rights was because it's been something that, like, the online left has talked about a whole bunch and had a bunch of bad takes about. Here, the issue is that we just don't talk about US colonies at all, and that is its own problem. Right. In fact, white liberals' newfound desire to grant Puerto Rico statehood to thwart Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is just the latest form of American colonialism. It's not as overt as when US troops invaded Puerto Rico in 1898, but it is still colonialism. The fantasy of granting Puerto Rico statehood just so the Senate can have more Democratic senators, rather than as an acknowledgement of the fact Puerto Ricans are and always should have been equal partners in the American experiment, speak to exactly what colonialism is all about. The patronizing attitude that white mainland Americans' political priorities are of greater importance than those of the people who live there, and that they generally know better than the people who do live there and who don't need to decide what they want. Yes, it's true that on election day, Puerto Rico is, after all, part of the United States, albeit not a state. 52% of Puerto Ricans who went to the polls, and those ballots not among those undiscovered until Tuesday, answered yes to the following question: should Puerto Rico be admitted immediately into the Union as a state? If only the answer to that question were really so clear. Okay. First, the vote is non-binding and not sanctioned by the Department of Justice. Of course. Like, again, just to go back to CGP Gray's video again, like, of course it's not sanctioned by the Department of Justice. Of course they don't. Like, can you imagine? They just give, like, the people of Puerto Rico, like, an actually legally binding say of what should happen to them? Of course not. And
has anyone emailed the Department of Justice about this?
Let's send them CGP Gray's video. Let's just send them the video and get them to comment. They go comment and they're just like, this was Pog. Thanks for the vid. We'll get on it. Wait, just remembered about racism. It's just like, oh shit, I forgot. We're a white supremacist project and we're not gonna do that. Oh damn, how did I forget? Okay.
Right. This also, like, mistakes that, like, the people, like, if it were as simple as it was just a technicality that needed to be fixed, that doesn't explore why the people who live there and have been talking about this haven't been listened to.
Right. I mean, this is why I brought this up, that they've had 6 referenda already, and it just doesn't happen. Like, it's not. First of all, it being incorporated as a state, the main difference, like, the main difference it would make to say the CGP Grey perspective is not quite right but from mainland Americans' perspective, white liberals' perspective, as this article is putting it, like, the main difference then is like the effect on elections. And with that in mind, like, I don't know, it's like, if the main thing that this move would do is grant them self-determination and an ability to have more of a say as to what actually happens to them themselves, why would you not have already listened to them saying it 6 times and just make them a state? If there was nothing standing in the way, right, of doing that move, and that move was there to give them some self-determination, well, they already determined themselves 6 times that they, like, whatever. whatever. I'm just saying, there is something missing in your model, right? If that's all there is to it. But there is more. So I just looked up this word we've used here, plebiscites, I guess. I don't know. Let's find out. Before I read, let's find out.
Plebiscite.
No, that's not how you pronounce it, is that?
Plebiscite. Plebiscite.
Well, that's text to speech. And do we have a person reading this? Oh no! Stop! Oh no!
The E might be silent. It's just that's my hunch.
Same.
Plebiscite.
Plebiscite.
Oh, hearing another site here.
I think that sounds right.
Manipulation.
Oh, wait, what? Why is what's
Manipulation. Or let's have some kind of other plebiscite or some other online.
Wait, what? What's happening right now? Hang on. This one's just how to pronounce stuff. So then it uses a clip of a guy using the word in a sentence. Mike McCurry, co-chair, Commission on Presidential Debates. But then it sounds like he's saying plebiscite, which...
Some kind of other plebiscite or some
plebiscite.
other online...
He said plebiscite.
No, not you.
This isn't... No, this isn't... No!
There's no L.
All right, let's just... Okay, fine, look. First, the vote is non-binding and not sanctioned by the Department of Justice, just like the island colonies' previous 5 plebiscites. So it was a little more than a popularity contest to settle political agendas inside Puerto Rico. The results don't kick in some formal clause for the statehood process to start or force the one entity that literally owns Puerto Rico, Congress, to act in any way. Everyone's going in nuts in chat trying to tell me how to say this word. We couldn't find any we couldn't find a conclusive source, so it's plebiscites until proven otherwise. Anyway, right. So yeah, it doesn't force Congress to do anything in any sense, right? In the same election, the only pro-statehood candidate, Pedro. Now I'm just embarrassing myself. Pierluisi? Sorry, Pedro, if I got that wrong. Got only 33% of the vote, which was enough to make him the governor-elect, but hardly a majority. The Puerto Rico independence candidate, Juan Del Mao, got 14%, the most for an independence candidate in decades, and another left-leaning third-party candidate, Alexander Lugaro, got 15%. Candidates backing independence also gained in the state house, strongly suggesting that the seeming majority for statehood is hardly as wide a sentiment as the vote count would suggest. Okay, getting to it. One reason might be that while technically a vote against the question, should Puerto Rico be admitted immediately into the Union as a state, was a vote for full independence from the United States, the question wasn't worded that way. Voter information campaigns can do a lot, but better worded ballot questions would actually measure voter sentiment a lot better. So, then they've embedded this poll directly in the article here that simply asks the question, what should happen with Puerto Rico instead, which, you know, it's a good point. Like,
I'm gonna go
ballot
with
questions
number
make a huge
4.
difference. Right, Puerto Ricans should decide. Again, the point that we're making here. You're welcome, Think. You're welcome, NBCnews.com/think. Yeah, I won't join you. Stop. Anyway.
Concerned that other people voted. 33% voted it should be a state.
In an article that is literally that literally is titled "Let Us Decide." Maybe a lot of Puerto Ricans are reading the article. You know, maybe 47% of people reading the article. Sorry, rather maybe 53% of people who voted in this little poll are Puerto Rican, and so they get to pick those other options.
Yes, I can only hope so.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Where does that leave us? Where does that leave Puerto Ricans and the mainland Americans who suddenly want us to be a state in their union? Statehood is not even a real possibility. Admitting new states requires that both chambers of Congress pass legislation and it be signed by the president, an unlikely scenario in a Senate led by McConnell, who has said several times that statehood for DC and Puerto Rico are just adding more full-born socialism into the mix. This is the quote I said earlier. Again, what does socialism mean in this context? If we're looking at it from the CGP Grey perspective, McConnell is just politically illiterate, right? If we're looking at it from this perspective, McConnell is just politically illiterate, and he just fearmongers anything as socialism that he doesn't like. But, you know, it's really telling. It's the same thing as the mysterious reason why Puerto Ricans don't have the same rights as the rest of America already. It's colonialism. It's white supremacy. It's the same fucking reason, and it's, you know, it's dog whistling to racist voters, you know, calling the incorporation of 3 million people, majority people of color, into the United States, calling that socialism. It's the cultural Marxist conspiracy theory, you know, that the Jews are doing a communism to everywhere because that will allow the white race to be destroyed by race mixing, right? It's this fucking shit. You know, I'm not saying that McConnell is going home at night and Hitler saluting a bust of some creep. You know, I wouldn't be that surprised. But
right, like I can't conclusively say that he isn't.
Right, it's irrelevant. Like, this is part of my point in Conspiracy on the Left. It's irrelevant. It's not that the guy. It's not that we need to prove that the guy is a member of Hydra. Okay, he acts like he is. That's all that matters. So this dog whistling. It's not there to tell you McConnell is a crypto fascist or whatever. McConnell's a fascist. Like the Republican Party, their actions the last 5 years especially, but really like a lot longer than that, have shown you that they don't fucking care. Yeah, I'm not trying to prove that he's a secret member of Hydra. I just wouldn't, be at all surprised were, like I say, he going home and Hitler saluting a bust of, like, the inventor of eugenics or whatever. Beyond that, while polls indicate that Puerto Ricans in Florida heavily favored statehood, those voters didn't carry the day in that state for Biden. Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania did help deliver the state to the president-elect, but Puerto Ricans in the Northeast, including in New York, tend to be more anti-statehood. Many who left Puerto Rico in the middle of the 20th century tended to support independence. Right, again, independence just not being a ballot option, not being something that's discussed, because, like, fundamentally, even the referendum itself is still part of, like, the American government project, right? Firstly, like, the elected representatives from Puerto Rico have to attend, like, American Congress meetings. But secondly, like, fundamentally, the the state in that sense as it already exists represents the status quo, and they're going to be biased in favor of that, and like the reform of Puerto Rico becoming a state might not be what the people want. You know, potentially the people favor independence, and that's really all this article is trying to say. Like, we don't know, but potentially the people favor independence, but like a referendum by their state isn't gonna like show that option. Do you know what I mean?
Right. It's not gonna give them the tools to dismantle itself,
Right.
or even indicate that that's what they would want.
Right, yeah, it's not, yeah, exactly. You know, it's like, you can think of, I mean, CGP Grey brought this up in the video, like, briefly referenced Brexit. It's like if Brexit were this challenge to like the status quo in the way that like some far right politicians who tried to market themselves as like real rebels, real political punks in the Brexit referendum, like they tried to make out it really would be a shake-up and really challenge things. If it were that, it wouldn't be allowed on the ballot. It's just about like, you know, the way states move to consolidate power, basically. We'll have more on that later. Okay.
Right. Okay. Well, today I learned that Brexit is not the new punk rock.
I'm sorry to shatter your illusions, Jess. I know you're a big lover of Brexit.
I'm a big Brexiteer.
But no, it's not as punk rock as you've been told by Paul and others. Hey, should we do a conspiracy theory for a second? I'm actually like, no, I'm really serious here. Hang on a second.
Okay, I'm down. I'm down for it.
Where's my book? No! I've misplaced my book. John E. Douglas, the writer of Mindhunter, wrote a book called In the Killer's Shadow, which is about him tracking a white supremacist terrorist. I'll be talking about this a lot in my essay about conspiracy, and I'll also be talking about it in an upcoming Monster Men episode, which is about terrorism. The white supremacist serial killer he was tracking was called Joseph Paul Franklin. He named himself after Benjamin Franklin and Paul Joseph Goebbels. Let's do an Alex Jones so I can't get sued for defamation and just ask some questions.
I have a few questions.
Paul Joseph Goebbels? Like, no one fucking knows. Like, everyone just knows him as Joseph Goebbels. So for the people who know that, hearing that is itself a dog whistle, right? Am I crazy here? I'm just asking questions.
Right.
Anyway, Joseph Paul Franklin, the white supremacist, stochastic terror perpetrator, named himself after Paul Joseph Goebbels. Something to chew on intellectually. Let's carry on with this article. I'm sorry for diverting like that. Okay. See, spicy things happen on my political discussion stream.
Sorry,
People should clip me and share me on Twitter so I go viral.
All I can think of with Paul Joseph Watson is the pasta.
Oh, him posting pictures of his cooking.
Yeah. Or just like shredding cheese over everything and just ruining his meal to own the lens.
Paul sharing pictures of food is like a dark and terrible passion of mine.
Speaking food.
Oh, hello.
Okay.
Is this tofu?
Yeah.
What about the phytoestrogens? Right. This looks delicious. Thank you. I'm gonna have some on in a minute on our little break. The trend is Dockside. The trend is conservatives can't cook. It's not a. It's I'm pretty sure there's like an account for this, like conservatives sharing pictures of their food. If there isn't, there should be, because like every single goddamn time conservatives. Okay, quick, what's the name of the guy? He's like the governor of Pennsylvania, and he eats nothing but ham sandwiches every day.
Oh,
What's this guy called?
Scott?
Anyone who knows this, Scott something. Scott.
Really ferociously anti-union, like.
Yeah, he's like done a bunch of like union crushing shit.
Like Rick Scott or something?
What? Rick Scott?
Am I making that up?
Oh, Scott Walker,
That's it.
former governor of
Well,
Wisconsin. Thank
I'm
you.
proud of
So
myself
it's
for
Scott
getting Scott in there.
Walker. Scott. Oh shit! No, that's the wrong guy. I'll put in Wisconsin. That'll help. Scott Walker. So here's Scott Walker. I am going so far off topic right now. Damn, I can't keep my focus here at all. In his autobiography, I think, he talked about his wife makes him like a ham sandwich for lunch every single day, and then like on Sundays they have a pork roast as well. This man is like 90% pork. He's an old pork man. And the reason I was bringing him up was the pizza. Oh!
Autocomplete.
Oh my god. I think I saw this at the time. Terrific. No.
Look at this pizza.
It's like cold cheese.
Beef Tony says he's more pork now than man. Twisted and evil. Holy shit, he's had more than one pizza incident. Are you fucking serious right now?
Yeah.
This guy's got to stop sharing pictures of his pizza. God damn. I mean, this is obviously the worst one.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no competition here.
Yeah, if you go back to that, he posted the same picture of the same pizza twice.
Why did he do this?
Like that
He
influencer
just
from
tried
the
to
Post
pretend.
that got in trouble because she shared a picture of the room from Friends.
Right, from the posting stream this week. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Oh, by the way, everyone, any fans of the posting stream here, we're going to be reading Robert Pattinson's Reddit AMA on the next posting stream, and I am so fucking excited. Anyway, this has been a delightful diversion. Let me just leave it on there while we get back to things. Right, that's Scott Walker's pizza. Getting back to
Amazing.
it. Getting back to it. Here we go. Okay, so we're back to it now. Okay. In addition, two members of Congress of Puerto Rican heritage representatives, Nidia, is that how you say this? Nidia Velasquez and AOC, both New York Democrats, have co-sponsored a bill calling a mainland manufactured push for Puerto Rican statehood a direct form of colonialism. It's an interesting... Hang on a second. I want to check out about this bill because it's a little bit strange. It's framed here as a bill that says that. Does anyone know about this already?
Usually, like, you can attach a little exposition to like the start of a bill. That's like, here's what this bill does.
Yeah.
And then like the probably doesn't say that in the text of the bill though.
Yeah. It's just a very strange kind of whatever. I'm not going to read through the whole other article right now to try and. Instead, I'm going to carry on with this one. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the same thing, Jess. Like, you can add in stuff that says this stuff, and if it's passed, it would be part of the like governmental record. But that's different from a move to, I don't know, I don't even know what this would be. Legally recognize it as colonialism? I don't know. That's not a thing. And even that would be separate from actually challenging it and doing something about it. But the articles, Puerto Rico, not Congress, must determine its future. Our bill enables it to do so. So I'm guessing that, and it's by the two representatives mentioned a minute ago, Nidia Vasquez and AOC. So I mean, yeah, I guess the bill is about self-determination and sovereignty for Puerto Rico, rather than just being
good.
Incidentally that. So that's cool.
On the surface, it's good.
Sure.
I don't know if it would include. I mean, by the very like terse nature of that denouncement of the way that it's currently being handled, maybe there is like an independence option within the bill.
The
but
poll that they'd included in
I
this
don't know.
one was, should Puerto Rico have a convention to determine its future, as opposed to simply about statehood. But well, I mean, yeah, okay, that's pretty cool. So I mean, as they were saying in the original article, it looks like AOC and Velasquez's position on it is that statehood is, not necessarily what the people want. So, I'd imagine. It's dangerous saying I'd imagine when the article's right here, but I don't want to go read the whole article. Because it wasn't what I'd prepared for reading on the stream. Yeah, but it sounds that way anyway. It sounds like they're in support of the possibility of independence, which is cool. So, real liberals and progressives. Real liberals, Jesus Christ. Progressives
Not liberal trenders.
Yeah, the people just pretending to be liberals because it's so cool to be a liberal. Real liberals and progressives should take note of all these dynamics instead of talking about how Puerto Ricans are American citizens and deserve a state that would also deliver the Senate to Democrats. For all the sympathy and support that Puerto Rico has received since Hurricane Maria, the progressive push for statehood is a cynical play, not a supportive move. By pushing for Puerto Rican statehood to benefit themselves, mainland liberals are making Puerto Rico a political pawn once again. That's what happens with colonies. President-elect Joe Biden at least seems to understand some of these dynamics. At a Hispanic Heritage Month event in Central Florida in September, he said, "I happen to believe that statehood would be the most effective means of ensuring that the residents of Puerto Rico are treated equally, but the people of Puerto Rico must decide, and the United States federal government must respect and act on that decision." I'm sure there's a lot more to that quote about one time he met a Puerto Rican guy and had a knife fight with him.
Right.
You're not selling me on the idea that Joe Biden just said that and didn't say anything else. There's more.
You've cut out the malarkey here, and I don't know, Jack. I'm not gonna stand for this.
I am certain there was an hour-long anecdote in the middle of this quote. I see what you're up to, NBCnews.com/think. Right. Anyway, cool. I don't know that necessarily means Biden is pushing not that he would be pushing independence as an option. I'm certain Biden doesn't favor Puerto Rican independence, but I'm not sure that quote actually means he would be happy to see that as a ballot option for Puerto Ricans.
As always, right? Like, there's all kinds of wild stuff that there's record of Obama saying before he got into president.
It's not just about. Well, okay, yes, absolutely. Like, yeah, liberal politicians, what they say and what they do, these are worlds apart. But I'm just not even sure that quote indicates he would support independence. Maybe in the middle of his anecdote somewhere, he was like, and then the guy, everyone called him Snake, said Puerto Rico should be independent. And I said, that gives me a lot to think about. Maybe, Puerto Ricans should decide. And then we made up and had some of my mom's famous macaroni bake. Okay. This week, Biden re-emphasized the need for a just and binding process. So let's have a look at what that says. Probably another one on... Oh, okay. Interesting. Biden will consult with all status options representatives. Is this the translation, or am I not understanding something here? Whatever. My boy Joe looking incredibly reanimated there, as usual.
Look, I'm tired of the MSM cutting the malarkey. This is fake news.
I'm tired of the mainstream media pretending that Joe Biden isn't reawoken from his coffin by a necromancer before every press conference. I released the necromancer tape. Here we go. It's obvious that some liberals' intentions to make Puerto Rico a state are as exploitative as a pro-statehood governor saying that a non-binding popularity contest shows no clear mandate is the will of the people. Biden isn't going to expend political capital to support it. Exactly. Especially when thought leaders like AOC are urging the process to be led from within Puerto Rico and not Washington. What is clear from the election results is that the people of Puerto Rico are feeling increasingly ill-served by their two-party system. They aren't even voting at the levels they have in the past. Progressives do not need to step in and declare themselves experts on what Puerto Rico needs. For the last 122 years, mainland white Americans have showed up with all the supposed answers. Puerto Rico is still a colony. Let Puerto Ricans decide for themselves what we want to do and who we want to be. Once we do, we will act and let you all know. There you go. Good article. Just
right.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
I can't imagine why voting is decreasing, like in these referendums. Like, you've done it 6 times and nothing has happened.
Why you would show up to why you wouldn't show up to the next one.
Yeah, you've tasted 5 plebiscites already. Like, you're not going to eat the 6th.
And none of them filled you up. They were all disappointing. None of them were as good as you'd hoped. Yeah, let's see what chat is saying, and then go for a little break so I can have a little bit more of my dinner.
Yeah, I'm kind of hungry for a plebiscite.
I need to get one of those plebiscites. Okay. The island is still not recovered from the hurricane, actually, and some people still don't have roofs or lights. That's awful. And there were earthquakes early last year, apparently. Grongigus Wrath says statehood doesn't remove the illegal debt. I don't know about the debt situation of Puerto Rico, but I'm guessing it's the same as in other ex-colonial nations, where there's basically what boils down to a bill for being invaded, like covering the cost of having been colonized, and that's what so much of like international debt is around the world at the moment.
Oh no!
What is it?
It's the chat police.
Oh no! Hey Lily. Everyone in chat, I will take you down. Oh no. Grongigus Wrath.
Wow.
So I believe Grongigus Wrath is saying they're from Puerto Rico? I don't know. I haven't. They said here, my home has always been a colony. I want freedom, not some statehood. So it's good to have that perspective here. If you massive lag for the stream. Okay, well, if you say this and you want to fill us in more about the debt situation in Puerto Rico, that sounds like something we should know about, and maybe it's something I'll look into as a more specific topic for later. I just wanted to alert people to this as a topic, and now that I have, just like CGP Grey did, I'm sure the whole situation will be resolved by next week.
Right.
There's really no reason
So
why it hasn't.
There's
been.
no reason. There's just no reason.
email this VOD to the Department of whatever, and we'll be set.
Yeah, Raw Evil Gaming says it's like an IMF relationship. I assume referring to the debt, and that's what I was getting at exactly. Yeah, it's just the international debt is quite often just a bill for being colonized. Very, very cool. Love to see it. The best, really.
The IMF and the World Trade Organization and the World Bank are some of the most evil institutions
Oh yeah.
on the planet.
Oh yeah. Tony says, haven't you heard the adults are back in charge? Right, like they were in 2014. Which is when CGP Grow's video was made.
Wait, hold on.
Hang on a minute. Wait.
Something's not adding up here.
Oh, hang on. Oh shit. Okay. I'm still waiting for any last thoughts from chat to come in. I've had an educational time learning about Puerto Rico. I think this has been super interesting. Haiti still owes debt to France. Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of thing. That's exactly the kind of thing. There was a push within Labour. There has been for some time for Britain to cancel the debts, like the debts that other countries owe us. Again, just the bills for us colonizing most of the world. You know, that's pretty valid. And Keith Starmer, Chief Keef, has announced it to not be an issue, not be a concern of the Labour Party anymore, which is just sickening. Like, just sicko shit. Like just sicko shit. Like the idea that, like, there is this trend among, like, the liberal part of the Labour Party, the Blairites, to be pushing towards, like, not caring at all about foreign policy. Like, talking about foreign policy is just, unless it's like instances like weaponizing, like, talk about Israel to push the idea of, like, leftist anti-Semitism, stuff like this. Like, unless it's that, any talk about anything outside of the UK is just so completely disregarded. Oh shit, Jess, I love your Charizard emote. That's good as hell.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure where I got it, but I didn't pay for it or anything. It's just there for me.
Huh. I wonder if I have it. Wow, I'm really just derailing from the stream a hell of a lot.
Look, there's only like 2 people you can blame for this.
It's because I'm waiting for messages to come in. If anyone has any last thoughts on this topic before we move on. Oh, that's Charizard. Oh, damn, everybody has these, and I don't. I don't know why do I have. Oh, now I just feel all left out.
You don't have the Gengar?
Yeah,
emote?
I want the Gengar one. I love Gengi, my boy. Let me try searching. Maybe I just have it. No, I definitely don't. Anyway, I'm going to say let's take a 10-minute break, and I'm going to have some of this delicious curry that Natalie's made and before it gets any colder, and then we're going to come back and we're going to talk about ableism, self-care, and pronouns for activists. Just a lot of it's going to be me just talking about Natalie's experience, so Natalie will probably jump into this conversation quite a bit. But we're just going to be talking about ableism and other kind of issues that are considered to be people's, like, very individual sensibilities and sensitivities that are often dismissed on the online left. So shall I put some lo-fi back on, and I'll say we'll come back in 10 minutes to talk about that. It is okay if anybody has any last thoughts about Puerto Rico after we come back, though. That's completely fine.
Yeah.
Here we go.
And just to remind everyone, the third topic today will be the state monopoly on violence, and we're going to be contrasting the insurrection attempt with Biden's National Guard in Washington for the inauguration. Okay, let me get up a intermission screen. Oh, I can, you know what? I can include Gengar. I can have the whole screen be Gengar. Look at this.
Yeah, you try to do that, chat. try to make the whole screen Gengar.
Who's
You
Gengar
can't.
now? Okay, any last thoughts about Puerto Rico? They'll still be welcome after our break. But we will be going for 10 minutes, and when we get back, we're going to talk about ableism and self-care and activism, and it's going to be a chill, funky time. Okay, see you all in 10 minutes.
Bye.
It is, one must remember this, that there was someone that helped me that I might be able to sit here tonight.
somehow that I had to stay alive. Thank you. Thank you.
I was just over in Westchester riding the pipe. I'm trying to get good. Like, obviously I'm not going to go pro or anything, but I figure if I'm riding pipe 3 to 4 times a week, I'll develop some pretty impressive moves. Is it a big pipe you're riding? It's like medium size. Because I used to ride Alex's pipe, and that was just like way too big. Like, it was just too much to handle.
Hey everyone, coming back in 1 minute. Okay, everybody, let's bring it back. Da 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 da. Here we go. Turn down that lo-fi, but maybe not off. Maybe just like a little bit of lo-fi. Maybe just as a treat, just a little lo-fi. So let me unmute in my chat with Jess. Hey, Jess.
Hello.
Let me jump straight across here. We're going to talk about ableism, self-care, use of pronouns, misgendering, and other issues that are issues of like sensitivity, and how they relate to
Being
activism.
cool. Oh, activism.
Well, I mean, being pretty cool in that you're like getting out and actually doing something in real life, which is more than I do.
Right. Well, who can afford to do that, right? I can't pay to learn activism, so.
So, Beef Tony in chat has sent me not the original tweet they were referring to earlier, but a new one that's referring to that and then explaining it. So let me just pop across to there first. Because it's good. It's a good example of the kind of shitty take there is around ableism on the online left already. Like, yeah. There's a general attitude issue where it's treated like ableism is a non-concern, both by the like edgy liberal wing of the online left, who are much more about like pushing social democracy, but they also tend to minimize the issues of sensitivity and sensibility, which, you know, ableism is seen as one. For example, not saying the R slur. This has been one that's been discourse around tiringly and never-endingly. Or for that matter, you know, saying things like brainlet, you know, jokes like this that like edgy liberals like to use. And then on the other side, the other wing, of course, of the online left, you have like the class reductionist side who push for much more, you know, extreme than social democracy, but they're also much more extreme in literally considering class the only thing that matters. And again, you have this treatment that things like using the correct pronouns, telling people not to use ableist slurs, considering people's mental health, that these things don't matter. I think it's an emotional issue. I think that people are coming to it first from an emotional position. So I'm not going to argue here that Mark Fisher is like to blame. I'd like to go to a Mark Fisher quote from Capitalist Realism, but I'm not doing that to claim that he is where like this stuff originated from. I think that it originates from a simple and somewhat reactionary desire to just not expend energy on things that you don't already understand and care about, frankly.
Right. This is an example. This isn't. This doesn't represent like. Well, it might represent, but it's not like indicative of the whole.
So it's a little more complicated than that, because it's what I want to bring in here from Mark Fisher gets used as a justification, but it's a post hoc justification. So it's not just an example, although it is, but it gets used by various types in the online left as a rationale, as if this was their actual like conscious reason for perpetuating ableism, for telling people not to care about trans issues, for example, things like this, where it's not their reason. Their reason is emotional. That's my point. It's a post hoc justification, but it's also an example of the same thing, just from Mark Fisher himself, who was just a dude. I actually know someone who knew him. It's just funny, like, people who write theory that gets often quoted get treated in a weirdly like sanctified way, and it is kind of important to remember he's just a dude. So Jess, should I start with the Mark Fisher, or should I start with the tweet?
Well, I don't know what the tweet is, so I'm going to trust your judgment on which to start with.
Okay, let's start with the tweet. We'll get around to Mark Fisher in a minute. So this person has done this meme. Quotes, ADHD wouldn't exist under communism. Me, a leftist with ADHD, forgetting to brush my teeth for the 4th day in a row. What's the original tweet? I've yet to see it and I'm really confused. They went on private, but I'll try and find it. Essentially, she was like, maybe you don't have ADHD and you just can't function under the demands of capitalism. And then she just defended herself by saying ADHD wouldn't exist under communism. And then I just...
She could have defended herself by saying maybe some people's relatively ordinary situations are exacerbated under the demands of capitalism, and maybe some specific individuals wouldn't feel the need to identify with a label like ADHD if they weren't under capitalism.
Yes.
It just straight up doesn't exist.
So I just Googled ADHD under capitalism just to like get straight there. Not that I found what I believe to be the original tweet, just to find another dumbass making the same terrible fucking take. So ADHD was literally made up by advertising corporations.
Oh dang.
So Jess, stop having executive dysfunction now. That's good news for you, actually. Just like
Right. Well, I didn't realize that it was just the advertising corporations.
Right. More like the Adderall-vertising corporations. It's a big pharma joke. They're pushing the pills.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Right. Well, I mean this is like approaching conspiracy theory levels of
Right. It's like, yeah, when you use the word literally in this kind of thing, it's like good systemic analysis says things like, it benefits corporations to a huge degree to prescribe pills rather than focus on community psychology and the way that people's material circumstances can change the way that they're living. And instead you have people say things like ADHD was literally made up by advertising corporations. Like
Advertising what?
like there's a reason we use literally made up by this kind of framing, right? We use it when we're trying to delegitimize something on purpose, like really deliberately. So if I say racism was literally made up by like race theory was literally made up by like 5 dudes, and that is true. Like
right, or like gender was literally made up by like
right.
the patriarchy or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why
like,
all that matters is sex.
Exactly.
Well, no.
Yeah, right. You're right, Jess. And as a biological male, no, no, like you say stuff to deliberately delegitimize things in this way, and like, yeah, what's being delegitimized here is people's needs, which I don't think personally. Call me a lib for this, but I don't think delegitimizing people's needs is very good communism. I think that is, to some degree, failing at the entire leftist thing.
Right. Well, you know how it goes. To each according to their legitimate needs. From each according to their legitimate ability.
It's like from each as much as a completely able neurotypical person can handle, to each as much as an able neurotypical person needs, and anyone asking for any more can shut up and fuck off. That's how that goes, I think. Those caveats are important, and a lot of people miss them out. But those caveats, that's how Marx originally said it. And then he did a sick
right.
bully.
Well, it's all implied because everyone would be neurotypical and able under communism.
Good point. I can relate, like, some of this stuff I can absolutely relate back to my own feelings about my own condition, borderline personality disorder, which is another, like, that's massively maligned in general, and it's become, recently fashionable among like losers on the left to, you know, refer to like BPD girlfriend or whatever as a stereotype of someone acting, you know, crazy. It's like, and again, fuck those people from like every fiber of my being. Go back to hell where you belong, scumfuck. Sorry.
Right.
But like, I can relate, you know, this kind of theory to do with how social psychology would change under communism. I can absolutely relate this back to my own condition, because a huge part of my condition is to do with abandonment issues, to do with connection with people, to do with the amount of time that I'm able to spend with my loved ones, with my family, with my friends, and under a system that would allow people to work only as much as they are able or as much as society actually needs, rather than demanding ever more production, and would give people, you know, the rest of their lives to play violin in the morning, do woodwork in the afternoon, and cook their own dinner without ever being a violinist, a mason, or a chef. Like, this stuff would absolutely have a massive effect on people with BPD. And, like, one could go as far as to say, like, as to project, and, like, this could be something that, you know, you could study, right? You could try and study like different societies with different modes of being, and like if you had widespread communism, you could study it by just like seeing how much the diagnosis pops up at all. But like there is a huge
psychology is specifically like,
can you come over if you're going to say stuff, because
like psychology is a hugely, like, that we know it is enormously biased, like is based around Western models in society.
Oh yeah, massively.
And yeah, so like it's easy to just be like, this is the human condition, rather than like, this is people in this environment, this is how they come out in this kind of.
Sure. So I'm just trying to say that like it's something you could empirically study. We could have communism, and then maybe the number of people whose symptoms of BPD were severe enough that they would get a diagnosis would go down, something like this. But there's also a huge genetic component where people are predisposed to BPD. That gene wouldn't magically disappear, you know? So saying things like this condition wouldn't exist under communism is only focusing on the delegitimation of these conditions and of people's needs, instead of doing the thing that I think the people who are saying it think they're doing. If that makes sense, if everyone's following with that.
Yeah, do you want to, this might be a good time to transition into Mark Fisher.
Yeah, if I want to, so I think that's a good point. Let me, where have I put the book now? All right. So I've got the tab here, but I'm going to read from the book because I do find it actually quite hard reading on screens. So I've got this quote here. We're going from instead. Instead of treating it as incumbent on individuals to resolve their own psychological distress, instead, that is, of accepting the vast privatization of stress that has taken place over the last 30 years, we need to ask, how has it become acceptable that so many people, and especially so many young people, are ill? The mental health plague in capitalist societies would suggest that, instead of being the only system that works, capitalism is inherently dysfunctional, and that the cost of it appearing to work is very high. So, there's a lot kind of packed up in here, and around the same point in the book, Fisher also proclaims stuff about the like rapid rise in ADHD mapping onto the rise in neoliberalism. And again, it's just like, it's okay
it is just
to have a conversation about the way that capitalism exacerbates people's symptoms, right? So that was my point about BPD and about how when I am able to live a life where I am able to like be in control of my time, so I'm self-employed, right? Like when I'm able to be in control of my own time and spend a bunch of time with the people I care about, my symptoms just go way the fuck down. Like I'm not on any kind of medication for my BPD, depression, anxiety. Like I'm not on any kind of medication for that. And over time, my symptoms have gone way, way, way down. And a big part of that is DBT, but also a big part of that is control over my like time and my circumstances. And it's okay to have that discussion, you know? But what
Right, like with ADHD.
You have to come over to talk in the mic.
With ADHD as well, there's the incentive. Like you can look at what people's incentives are. So, like, there's an incentive for parents and teachers who don't have the time, right, to actually like take care of kids normally and let them be kids.
Right.
To label kids who act out and have a lot of energy,
right,
as dysfunctional in some way.
Sure.
Try and make them fit, be quiet in the school system.
Right.
And you know that's even more extreme. But like that's way more extreme for people who don't who are like disabled and not in mainstream school systems. They're just treated like movable objects, and they're often like literally sedated and like tried to make like,
and then you see
try
this,
and make them as placid and objectified as possible.
You see this brought massively to the fore when it comes to issues of police violence against people of color. Like it's like 1 in 4 people killed by police have disabilities.
I thought it was half.
It's at least 1 in 4, but my inclination is that it's higher as well, and I can't remember, but like
maybe it's 40%.
A shocking number of people killed by police in the US have some form of disability, and a lot of the really famous cases are like black men with autism, black people generally. There are kids being like handcuffed and brutalized and whatever, because their behavior is not normal, whatever. Like there's absolutely a discussion to be had about the way capitalism frames people's needs, which makes everyone's lives harder.
Right, pathologizes anything that's unproductive.
Right, absolutely. Thank you. You should do your drawing. Okay.
Right. This is kind of counter to.
Sorry, Jess, carry on.
This is kind of counter to my experience,
right.
Which is also like a reason why this isn't necessarily the best take from Mark Fisher.
Right.
But like in my experience, I was like actually extremely able to work within the school system that was in front of me. Like I always did well in school, but I really struggled with it. And so my parents didn't want to get me diagnosed for anything because like via the school report card, I was doing fine. So they didn't want anything to be wrong with me, even though I have ADHD. So the diagnosis does not create nor like
and I can
the lack of diagnosis.
As well, like my family absolutely have talked to me about my condition in a way they're telling me like it doesn't have to dominate your life. It doesn't have to affect you in these ways. You don't have to consider yourself disabled. Like they've said this kind of thing. And yeah, exactly. Like they're more afraid of the label. And like they've said this kind of thing explicitly, and it's like, no, like getting a diagnosis has been the most helpful thing that like one of the 2 most helpful things that's happened to me. Like getting a BPD diagnosis and realizing I'm trans, like in terms of my life and the way I live, like like to be a comparable change, a third thing would have to be world communism. Like in terms of like effects on my life and the degree to which I was functional or dysfunctional before, like BPD diagnosis that led to therapy and DBT and changing changing both like what I was doing for myself and also the material conditions around me to affect that, right? Coming out as trans and like living in a communist society, these would be equal level things in terms of like my like experience of the world. The idea of like, you know, it's that like seeking out mental health diagnoses and treatments is placing the responsibility on the individual too much is pretty fucking absurd, honestly. Like,
I think it's basically like when the issue is that people have no other options.
right.
They only have the option to treat themselves, and you know, many people benefit from treating themselves.
Yeah.
But changing their environment could change so much for them.
Right. I'm gonna carry on with the stream.
Yeah.
Love you loads. The thing I wanted to say about like linking this together with these tweets is that the way this is applied is actually exactly counter to what they want to be doing here. So let's look at why. So ADHD was literally made up by advertising corporations. What this take is doing is delegitimizing people's needs instead of focusing on the way that capitalism affects people's needs. There are people in the responses here. I'm not sure if it's actually responsible. Here we go. Right. ADHD 100% exists and you are wrong in that regard. I think there is room to say capitalism exacerbates a lot of the symptoms of ADHD. So that's the kind of thing, like, if you were saying this, it's like, it's an interesting take if you haven't thought about it before. There's some to process there, but like, it's not so much of a spicy take as like ADHD wouldn't exist under communism. It was literally made up by but this take is garbage and runs counter exactly to the thing that like you're actually trying to say in the first place. Because the thing you're trying to say in the first place is think systemically. A system can be affecting your life. It can actually be what capitalism demands of you rather than just your condition. And along the way to saying that, you end up saying stuff that's just delegitimizing people's needs instead. It's like I say, that's the perfect opposite, right?
Right. It's I don't know. My brain does this, but the connection that I see to this is like trans people saying, "Hey, I would like to change the gender marker on my driver's license."
Right.
And then someone on Twitter quote tweeting that, and it's like, gender is literally a social construct. Why?
Right.
It doesn't. We invented it. It's not real.
Right. Exactly. Like, and saying that, like, you know, if you're not gonna like, unless it's you getting literally murdered, and that's just a tiny number of crimes, the being trans doesn't affect people at all. And it's like, you know, we examined this a little bit last time with our like materialist analysis of like minority experience and minority representation. Like, there are things beyond just the economy that are systemic and material. So like, yeah, things like your gender marker on your driver's license or whatever form of ID like affects people a fucking bunch, because it affects how people, you know, interact with you when you need to be ID'd for something. Like, I have always been like, I grew facial hair quite early. I've always been quite tall. My whole family is quite tall. My hairline is quite far back. So until I came out as trans, I was not ID'd. Like, from 16 to 24, not ID'd. Like, just less than I could count on one hand, right? And then right after coming out as trans, I was ID'd. Like, right after starting to present more feminine. And it was really clear, like, it's to do with, like, the way someone reads you. It's to do with, like, their ability to like, scan what age you are or whatever, but also there's a malicious level where some people will try and ID trans people because they want to like be proven right. I figured it out or whatever, like see your ID for that.
Right. Yeah, I've experienced that where it's like,
Right.
I want to see your ID because I want to see what's on your ID,
Right.
not like because I like want to make sure that you are 21.
Exactly,
or
and I
whatever the
had
age
that
is for
like,
you.
yeah, it was such an immediate change around. Like I said, just like never in my fucking life, and then suddenly, right? And it's like since then, I have really consciously changed to thinking about having ID with me when I know I'm gonna need it. You know, just when I'm buying beers or whatever, where I just absolutely never thought about this before. So you see how this kind of stuff, it is actually like, yeah, materially affecting, but people can treat it like it's just nothing. Sorry, I went on a bit of a tangent there. So anyway, this here, I'm trying to point to where it is on the camera. This Mark Fisher stuff, like, I think it's communicated in a really counterproductive way, and it does the exact opposite of what it's trying to, which is to point out the ways that capitalism exacerbates people's mental health issues, and instead winds up with claims of like ADHD wouldn't exist under communism, which is, yeah, just the perfect opposite. I want to try and read chat a bit more because I said these sections would be much more about like discussing with the audience. Jess, if you have any thoughts, I'm just going to be scrolling up through chat for a minute to see what people have been saying.
No, I mean, I've pretty much been sharing my thoughts. I don't have any grand revelations for you just yet.
All right. Yeah, but so the most recent message in chat was the topic of ADHD diagnosis around perception around children reminds me of how the awful machinations of pharmaceutical companies mislabeling OxyContin in a way that led many to drug addiction medicated drug addiction is used to justify denying a lot of people with chronic and severe pain access to meds that might help them if used as part of a well-designed pain management plan. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, yeah, but like, paying for people's time to take care of someone is more expensive and less profitable than selling them a pill. It is worth like looking at pharma and capitalism's relationship to mental health in this way, and it is also worth taking the broader look at it, the broader look at how capitalism actually exacerbates mental health issues. But this ain't it, Chief. Mark Fisher cancelled. I'm a fan of Fisher's work, and he says a lot of good stuff, and this is absolutely like taking the wrong angle. Like, this is, in my opinion, leans too much into the idea that only systemic things matter, and like any notion of individualism is just like a liberal tool of control, and that's not the case. Like, people are actually individuals, and their individual decisions can affect their lives, just way less than the liberal hegemony would want you to believe. But that's not the same as like, yeah, it just not being like, yeah, well, Fisher's quote, right, treating it as incumbent on individuals to resolve their own psychological distress. It's like, we do have to resolve some of our own psychological distress, like, and like, I don't know, rhetorically that does an interesting thing because it frames it like unfair responsibility is being put on people where we should just be talking about the system, but actually it is distracting from people's actual material needs. Does that make sense? Like, it's treating it like it's trying to protect people with mental health issues by focusing on the system, but the actual down-to-earth effects of that rhetoric is just telling people with mental health conditions that they shouldn't seek any treatment and are wrong for asking it, like for wanting any kind of treatment.
Yeah, Triss had a good comment earlier. She says, one of my more painful parts of dealing with ableism is definitely the way neurotypical people expect me to justify my existence as plural, especially when it comes to interrogating the trauma that caused my DID.
Right.
This whole process really is like expecting neurodivergent and disabled people to justify their neurodivergence or disability. It's saying like, oh yeah, your condition,
right,
like is like an invention, and a process of saying that is saying to the disabled person or to the neurodivergent person, justify your condition.
And it does align, and we were already making this allegory, but like it does align with the trans experience, because like when people don't understand something, this is what pathologization is as a concept. Like when people don't understand something, one of their common reactions to a new thing is to see it as a problem and ask for you to explain what pain led you to this situation. So with trans people, there's an expectation that trans people should tell you about like their fucked up childhood that made them trans, instead of just accepting that they are trans and that's fine, hang on. Do you think Disco Elysium's portrayal of depression ties into this topic at all? Yes, a bunch, because frankly, I put up my video about Disco Elysium and how it treats depression and how it ties it to the notion that like some leftists just treat it like we're just waiting for revolution and nothing else will do. Like, Disco Elysium correctly identifies that political attitude as a depressive attitude. Like, we're just waiting for a magic bullet to just like change everything. It's entirely unhelpful, and you have to like, at some point you have to, where's the quote gone? Treat it as incumbent to resolve your own psychological distress. The communist on the island, if he would come to terms with the fact that he didn't win the war, like he could unite with people who are also pushing for a better world and change something. Instead, he becomes like, an old incel huffing bug farts, whatever. You saw the video. I think this ties into it absolutely. What I wanted to talk about today, the reason I brought up the topic, is that we see people who talk like considerations of people's needs, these specific needs, should take a back seat to Biggest Junior's just written, fuck me, that has been my biggest struggle as a commie. I black pill myself way too often. Yeah, so I have a friend who, like many of us, like myself, suffers from depression, and they messaged me in a very depressive state and like would say only the things that are really, really terrible, and would only focus on those things, and I would keep on trying to focus on positive leftist news and talk about things that were going well, and they would just disregard this and disregard this and disregard this, and it's all going to end, and it's all terrible, and there's no hope, and just this eschatological way of thinking, just that it's all like completely, we're all done for, and it really, I guess, crystallized for me that message that I then saw in Disco Elysium later, that like black pill leftist thinking that it's revolution or nothing is just a depressive political ideology. And then I felt incredibly wary of myself thinking that, because people like Mark Fisher try to diagnose this relationship between politics and mental health in a really unhelpful way. But I think that is a really helpful way, because like I got that comment on the Disco Elysium video, accusing me of being a lib, saying that all I was saying amounted to go clean your room. But the truth is, we should clean our room. Like, it is a good thing to clean your room, to stand up straight, all this fucking shit. Like, that, those, like, rules for life are popular because they are helpful advice, and, like, you do need to hear them, and they are good. And that's what I wanted to focus on today, is the practical nature of organizing a leftist project and how that relates to people's needs and sensibilities, versus this conception of only focusing on the one thing, the one most important thing, which is the thing you're all organizing towards, right? So in discussions like Mark Fisher's one, the implication is that if we push for communism, things will automatically resolve themselves. And I really want to push against this idea, and I'm aware that I kind of do it I've kind of did a bit of it last time, and I'm doing it again, but like, it's a really, really unhelpful idea. Not only does acting this way kneecap, like, the struggles for, struggles against ableism, struggles against racism, struggles against transphobia, and so on. Not only does it kneecap those, it actually kneecaps itself. It actually kneecaps the struggle for communism. So, this is the talk I'm trying to get to. Like, in the London Renters Union, which Natalie's involved with. By the way, everybody join your renters unions. Something that struck me was that at the start of every meeting, they ask for everyone's pronouns. And it's a member solidarity group, which means that, like, there isn't a strict leadership structure. There are some people employed by the union, but that's more so that there can be someone whose entire time is spent on it. But the members lead everything. So new members are always trained in leading sessions and trained so that they can train other members. And then new members are always encouraged to be leading sessions, which, helps to perpetuate that everyone knows the things that you need to do.
Skilling up, baby.
You came over here to be really quiet?
Yeah, that's skilling up.
Skilling up.
Yeah, they're like, let's think about scaling up. Upskilling.
Do you have a longer thing to say?
That's what I want to say.
Okay. So
That's amazing.
thanks,
Thank you.
Nat.
Thanks, Nat.
So,
Right. All of this stuff needs to be worked on individually, as you can't just push communism and wait for everything to resolve itself, because you're just going to end up with like racist communism or ableist communism or transphobic communism. Like it only resolves itself in the same, like, in the way that they're imagining, if you also are pushing all of the same things at the same time.
Right.
It is self-defeating in the way that you mentioned.
Yeah, like, more likely you're just not going to end up with communism, because you
Right.
because people have, there's such an enormous range of people that these intricate hierarchies are created to divide people and turn them against each other in all kinds of circumstances and conditions, and you need to be actively trying to break those down to.
So this is definitely something I touched on last time, but like, when you have, say, racism, if you push the magic communism button and suddenly it's communism, and you haven't addressed racism whatsoever, then it's like the systems that distribute everything, right? The systems that redistribute the wealth, the system, as a first step, but like, again, this is the magic communism button, so it's all been done already. But like, from then, the systems that get people what they need, that get people food, that get people healthcare, that get people housing. These are all people, like they're all controlled by people. And if you've done nothing to address racism and the legacy of white supremacy, then suddenly you just have a society where instead of there being purely economic classes, right, and then more people from non-white perceived ethnic groups being in the lower class, and that being a racialized part of the underclass. Instead, right, the economic class has been wiped off, but what you've ended up with is just a pure, racialized underclass, right? It's like the magic communism button makes everyone's house that they're currently living in their house, and everyone who's currently homeless gets to have one of the empty houses. It's like, okay, well, what about the people of Flint, Michigan who don't have water? Like, what about the people who are living with lead peeling off of their walls in Baltimore?
Who happens to get the best houses, right? Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is like, if the magic communism button makes people own the houses they currently live in and claim the other houses, again, that's an issue of like the people will control that system that redistributes the empty homes, but also like the homes that a lot of people currently fucking live in are affected by the legacy of white supremacy, the legacy of colonialism, redlining, things like this, and you will have caused effectively, like, you will have caused some degree of apartheid ethno-state. Like, it's really fucked, actually, to imagine. And the same is true of, things like ableism. Like, we magically hit the communism button, and then a ton of people are, like, still depressed, still have ADHD and need, like, help with that. But we just don't focus on ableism, because communism will naturally resolve it. Communism's gonna solve it, so it's fine.
Right. Well, yeah, like race is socially constructed. It's literally invented.
Right.
People literally invented race.
But
So
the material effects of it exist in the world. So that's my point. Is like.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. In the same way of gender or these definitions for the conditions that are like ADHD
or say the access to treatments for disabilities. Like the access to them is socially constructed, even though What were you gonna say?
No, I said it.
Oh, okay. No, I mean, like, this is part of the point I was saying, that like it kneecaps itself, because if you want to, and this is the reason I wanted to discuss it today, if you want to build a leftist project and incorporate more people in, they're on at every single level, caring about ableism, caring about self-care, caring about pronouns, and like I'm saying, the group I'm kind of defining by like people's sensibilities and sensitivities, they really, really, really matter. Because like, so a hypothetical that gets put forward by disingenuous shitheels is that like, if someone's saying the R slur and misgendering trans people, you're gonna turn them away from your leftist project and not help this like hypothetical cishet white man that I've made up, who's a cishet white abled neurotypical man who I've made up, who's in need of help. You're going to turn him away. And the simple answer is, of course we're not. But that framing has already poisoned the conversation. Because the real conversation is, there is like, okay, then there's a homeless trans woman, and your leftist project, by contrast, your leftist project has incorporated in a bunch of fucking ex-Nazis, because you said that like people who are already critical of capitalism, they'll be the best recruits, or whatever. Like, and now the people who actually need your help directly don't want to come to you for help. right? How helpful is that to your leftist project? Does that make sense? Am I making sense here?
Right, like the in that leftist project, the trans woman comes in and is misgendered and housed in with like men,
Right.
and doesn't
Or-
feel
no, I
comfortable or safe
Yeah, exactly.
anymore.
She knows that she would be housed with men, so she doesn't go to that leftist project for help, you know? She stays away from it. Like, and then she doesn't join and become part of things. Like, it's a when you're talking about helping people, when you're talking about activism, like, it has to be inclusive in a specific way, and it's really obvious and really common sense. Like, you're just this disingenuous example that I have seen around a few times where, like, people would supposedly, like, turn away someone who needs help because they are, like, an ordinary level of reactionary. They've absorbed that kind of hypnopedic nonsense. Like, of course not, because you're trying to make a movement of ordinary people, but training up the people who are already in your movement, skilling them up to be able to handle stuff, like, and showing everyone that, like, it's normal and accepted that at every meeting you start with asking for everyone's pronouns to be inclusive to trans people, stuff like this. That's not an issue of, like, turning away, like, the reactionary who needs your help, you know? Because, like, the point of helping everyone is that some of them will then join in with you and will want to help others, right? And at that point, it's about saying, well, this is how we help everyone. We help everyone. We are inclusive and we help everyone, and we're respective of their needs, right? So we're not telling people that, like, ADHD doesn't count. It wouldn't exist under communism, whatever. Like, it's not fucking helpful. Amy_transgender is here. Amy, are you Amy from Gender GP? I think you are. Anyway, sorry, I've rambled a little bit, and I think I've gotten a little bit unclear.
No, I'm following it. I can always go off on a different tangent, but
I'm trying
I'm totally following.
Okay, I'm trying to look at it at a few different levels at which, like, caring about people's sensibilities really, really matters. But the point I'm trying to drive home is that when you're discussing the people that you're helping, and when you're discussing the people who are included in your leftist project and who are, like, doing the helping, right, in terms of activism, those are two different conversations, and there's this very bad faith tendency to try and treat it like it's all the same conversation. So when discussing among leftists that we really should not say the R slur or do other things that are insensitive to people with disabilities, we really should respect people's pronouns and not misgender them, and not ask invasive questions or perpetuate stereotypes or share edgy, bigoted memes or any number of things like this. We are obviously having a conversation about who we, the people inside of our project, like, how we act so that we can help everyone and so that we can be inclusive to everyone. Once again, go back to that example of, if you're doing activism with, say, the renters union, right? If a trans woman comes to you and is misgendered, she's probably just not going to follow up with the renters union, and she doesn't get the help she needs. She doesn't then join the renters union. She doesn't pass forward that help. She doesn't, join and help in that way. And like I say, it's obvious that if someone comes to you for help and is in some way bigoted in this kind of casual way where they think it's fine to, because again, this is about, like, what people generally see as normal. If they think it's fine to say the R slur, it's not. But, like, it doesn't mean that you're gonna go, okay, well, your landlord can kick you out then. You're not gonna just be like, on an interpersonal level, you might be like, oh, I'd really rather you didn't say that. And if they persist, you're not going to just turn them away from help, But, like, if they keep persisting to a point where it reveals that they're not, that they just really love saying slurs all the time, it's like, you really might not want to be around that person. And while providing them help, you still might also, like, you know, be resistant to them then joining in with, say, the union or whatever, and joining in with activities. It would cause social issues, and it would cause social issues with any normal person. Any person's going to be frustrated and inflamed by that situation, and want to spend less time with that person, right, and want to work with them less. And so sorry for mistaking you, Amy. I just mixed you up with someone. So my point is, like, there's this assumption in this really disingenuous conversation where this like reactionary person who sort of comes into your project, into your like activist project, into your leftist project, that it's normal for them to love being bigoted. That's an assumption that gets perpetuated. There's this idea that, like, it is normal and the normal working class state to, like, love saying the R slur, not understand transgender people, and be resistant to understanding transgender people and stuff like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's. I feel like it's all connected in this sort of way of like people thinking, yeah, like it is just like all or nothing, like communism, like that is like the one true thing that matters is rallying the working class at all costs. And oh yeah, the working classes are like overwhelmingly transphobic, therefore
right. Well,
you know,
like Tony's just said in chat, basically, if you kick someone out of your movement at the slightest provocation, your movement isn't going to get off the ground. And it's like, that is the hypothetical that's put to people by people who are saying, like, you shouldn't care about people saying slurs, right? And it's like, while that's true, the assumption is that it's super normal to say slurs. The assumption is that it's just so super normal to say slurs. Just hang on a minute. Just don't always be I'm trying to say my thing. Gosh.
Yeah.
The assumption is that it's so super fucking normal to love saying slurs that you will turn everyone away by expecting them to join in with your thing and not say slurs. Whereas actually it's the reverse, where if you treat it like it's normal to be saying slurs, more people will get turned away from you, because actually the normal position is like, that's gross and you shouldn't do it. And besides which, there are a bunch of people for whom it's actually much more of a materialist need. Again, our hypothetical about a trans woman, if you're trying to sort out her housing situation, or if you're trying to deal with services for her that are gendered, she knows she's not safe with you if you are displaying really open transphobia, or even, honestly, really open lacking of understanding about trans issues. What did you want to say?
Yeah.
I would say that I think a lot of the conversation comes from lots of people navigating conversations with people who are mostly strangers online. Like, you know, we're talking a lot of the time with people about conversations happening on Twitter, right?
Yes.
And so it's lots of people who there's this like audience fan dynamic that gets really heated when creators clash, or, you know, people get into arguments and things, and so you get all of these like petty and not so petty, but like constant fights where everyone's incentivized to have something unique to say something very clever, something very funny, something very cutting. Everybody has those incentives, and then everybody who's going through that experience wants to explain why it's it's the other political ideology that is responsible for all of that behavior.
Yeah.
And so they project the idea that all of this reactive, like, you said one thing wrong and so I'm never going to work with you and I'm going to let you suffer and die or whatever kind of attitude that is coming just from like people having text-based verbal arguments on a platform that incentivizes them to behave like that. They like to project that is what their vision of society is like.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
So they want, you know, everybody wants to associate it with what they think is wrong with that group, which is very nebulous and doesn't exist, like their politics or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And that's why they find it easy to make that straw man. But obviously, like, it's all these things are always like these vicious cycles, and none of it comes from like just one group of people or one group of politics or.
That's true. However, there is a class reductionist group of people who are actually putting out messages that
it doesn't mean that it's
putting out these
responsible
ideas
to then react to that by saying that you should basically just be ignoring people's actual like needs and lives and things that are important to them.
Well, it's like
for the sake of some hypothetical.
It's
person.
like, so I saw Alice Abazandam, who is a Muslim trans woman who did who does like a couple of podcasts. I think is she in Trash Future Pod?
Yeah.
I know she's in Do Not Eats. So There's Your Problem. What's it called? Well, There's Your Problem. She made a joke on Twitter about a homeless guy misgendering her, so she stopped to lecture him about trans issues, which is obviously not true, and that's the joke, and it's based in this discourse in the first place, and that was what she was obviously responding to. And then I saw two of these like class reductionist accounts like taking this as completely sincere and serious, like as if it wasn't the obvious joke that it was, and then talking about like how this is the problem with the woke left and all of this stuff.
Yeah, I think it's the same self-defeating nature that leads certain people online to label people like Abigail from Philosophy Tube as like a lib, which to my knowledge she is not.
No, absolutely. I mean, Abby has a popular video advocating the destruction of the housing, like the abolition of the housing market. That's not a liberal position. That's actually
by any means,
that's the abolition of private property. That's a pretty extreme
foundational one,
communist position. Yeah, absolutely. Like I think maybe that's a topic for another time, but it's something that Natalie and I have discussed before, which is the idea that anyone, as you said, anyone with any degree of success must be a liberal. It's this idea that systemic control is so much a force in our lives, as opposed to being a large and very powerful force in our lives. Like, it is the majority force in our lives, but it's this totalizing assumption that treats it like systemic forces are absolutely everything. So if someone has an article in a newspaper, a mainstream media newspaper, someone's allowed on television, someone's got any degree of platform, even on a relatively democratized platform like YouTube, they must be a liberal. They must be appealing to the liberal hegemonic culture, right? Rather than assuming that they have found a good way to popularize leftist ideas. Part of this happens with AOC. Like, I'm not saying it's not worth criticizing AOC. She does some stuff that has annoyed me. She recently was like questioning of Tara Reid's accusation that made me really mad. But like, people talk like AOC must be a completely worthless liberal and is no different from like Nancy Pelosi or something, and that's just measurably completely fucking untrue. Like, that's just measurably completely fucking untrue. Like, we've all seen the video of like those kids begging Nancy Pelosi to make the earth habitable for when they're grown-ups, and Nancy Pelosi just saying no. And we all also know, I hope, that AOC spent her very first day as an elected official camping outside Nancy Pelosi's office on the side of those same kids asking for a Green New Deal. Like, it's measurably not the same thing. I think you're right. Yeah, people project this thing, and it's incredibly self-defeating. Like, they disassociate themselves from anyone with any degree of success. It's something that's touched on in Near Reaction of Basilisk. It's this idea that like the red pill is just a sort of astral projection. You get to just sort of see yourself outside your body and like look down on everybody for a little while. The red pill is just a fun trip where you get to go like, whoa, look how stupid everyone else is. But it necessarily requires you to be part of a like minority tiny political movement that will never change anything. And anyone who is affecting any kind of change cannot by definition be part of your movement. It's incredibly black pilled.
That's like exactly it.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
such a good point.
Yeah.
Like, way of explaining it.
Well, I keep coming back to it again and again because it is exactly the right way of explaining it, because like, so on Mark Fisher, since we've got him here, Mark Fisher was a student of Nick Land. Nick Land is one of the 3 key reactionaries that Elizabeth Sandifer is exploring in Neo-Reaction of Basilisk, and they all subscribe to the same kind of ideology, the same kind of black pill self-defeating ideology.
Not Mark Fisher, to be clear. Like,
Well, no, I'm saying to some degree he does. That's my point on this stream here. Like, sorry, I just referred to the stream I'm doing like this. But like, that's my point in this quote here, where he's saying that like we have to treat people's distress, their psychological stress, as systemic, instead of saying to a large degree systemic, and we should embrace community psychology, and communism would help with a lot of people's mental health symptoms. Instead, he says we have to stop treating it like people have an individual responsibility to deal with their psychological distress. There's been this trend of rising ADHD, and it's exactly the same as the trend of rising neoliberalism, and he's saying this stuff, and like what he's actually saying is so self-defeating and counterproductive. He's saying that we need to just ignore the needs of the disabled, the needs of the neuroatypical, in favor of just pushing for communism because that will solve everything. And that is completely self-defeating. That's my point. So, Jess, I thought you had a thought, but I want to move on to another point. Still related to this, not the next topic, but I have another thing. So, you want to say something?
Right. Well, it is just like taking the red pill, astral projecting out, and seeing everyone else, the fools. They're all just a neoliberal front. They don't even realize it.
Always have been.
Yeah.
Always have been. Maybe let's make one of our 3 next topics next time be the red pill. I think that would be really, really helpful. A really important piece of theory I think everybody needs to understand. Elizabeth Sandifer's exploration of the red pill in Neo-Reaction of Basilisk. I think that would be really, really helpful.
Awesome. That would give me an excuse to read Neo-Reaction of Basilisk, which I already have purchased and downloaded.
It's a very good book. So the next point I wanted to get at, because I'm kind of making... This is another example of a place in your leftist project where people need this kind of thought, right? Need this kind of thought to do with people's sensibilities. Thanks, Lorcan, although you said you're loving the Mononoke tea shit. So this is another example of where it affects affects your leftist project. In organizing to actually do anything, the way that people can be productive towards change, right? Now, again, we all hate talking about productivity. We all know that like talking about productivity instead of people's needs is like the capitalist problem, but this is just one of those counterintuitive places. We need to talk about productivity to do something. We need to talk about our capacity and productivity to affect any kind of fucking change in a leftist project, right? So it's actually, you know, as I say, counterintuitive, but like, no, productivity is not a concept that belongs solely to capitalists, right? We should think about our capacities and our productivity so we can overthrow capitalism, so we can do activism, so we can organize a leftist project, so we can change, right? My point is that, like, in things, again, like Natalie's experience with the London Renters Union, it's always constantly about gauging people's availability, gauging people's capacity, not giving people more stuff than they can handle, you know, from each according their ability, right? It means something. It genuinely really means something. And, like, from each according their ability is how we're going to get stuff done. So things like, you know, starting every meeting with saying everyone's pronouns, that kind of consideration and inclusiveness is there to make sure people like can be a helpful part of your team, and it, yeah, again, helps to be able to actually change stuff. Like, again, to use our hypothetical two characters again, right? Our cis man and our trans woman, like, if the cis man, who is the hypothetical brainchild of class reductionist types, he's this sort of working class steel man for them, right? If he is so offended by people saying their pronouns in a group, or by the presence of a trans person in that group, or, take another hypothetical, the trans person says their pronouns at the start of the meeting and he refuses to use them and aggressively misgenders that person, it's very clear he is causing a problem there, and it's not normal. Like, this is the thing I keep coming around to, like, it's not actually normal behavior. It's not actually the typical way of being to just be like an awful transphobic shitheel or whatever, right? And again, to use the one that we're kind of on today, which is largely ableism, like, if it's the same thing where this person is just repeatedly saying the R slur when asked to stop, like, that's not just like normal typical behavior, and other people not wanting to work with that person is not them like canceling them, because in normal like social interaction you give people a million chances to stop doing that thing. You know what I mean? Like,
right. Well, because it's acknowledging that people can change. Like,
absolutely.
At one point, I was openly transphobic.
Same.
But obviously, I've changed.
Right.
And
exactly.
I think it's good to. I mean, that's precisely why we can't we're not going to exclude the cis man.
But that's the thing. Like, we're not going to exclude the cis man who is transphobic regularly, like, whatever. But like, if it says something transphobic, misgenders someone by accident, misgenders someone on purpose, but then like, even going as far as that, right? But like, if this person is like causing a serious problem consistently, either for a member who is actually there, right, genuinely in your activist organization, or causing a problem in that that it won't be an inclusive space if you need to reach out to those people, then it becomes okay to want to exclude that person. And again, it's not cutting them off from help. That's just absurd. Like, no, it wouldn't be that. Like, people would not be like, yeah, fuck that guy. If he now gets in trouble with his landlord, we're not going to help anymore. Obviously not the case. But like, stopping that person from being in a position where they could make it so that other people don't get help is in no way a bad thing. I'm getting around to a point where it's like, I hope so simple that's why I'm laughing at it. Like, I just think it's kind of ridiculous. Like, it's ridiculous to have to even explain that at that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, by contrast, if our hypothetical trans woman comes into your space and everyone is misgendering her, like, you've lost another potential person who could be helping, and it was your fault as the organization, not her fault for not wanting to be misgendered. So again, it's just like at every level, right? Caring about people's pronouns, people's preferred treatment in general, I guess would be one way of saying it. Like, because of people's capacity, because of people's mental health conditions, because of because of people being trans, like, all these issues, like, actively rejecting them, yeah, absolutely will kneecap your leftist project at every single level and at every turn, is my point.
Yeah, absolutely. Would you mind if we took a small break soon?
Not at all. I think we've gone around and around a little bit on this one, so I feel like it would be a good place to wrap this topic up. I'm just going to look in chat just to see if there's anything else before we take that break. Thanks for the combos, everyone. I have class now, lol. Maybe I should have saved some of my intellectual energy for it, but oh well. Good luck with your class, Rory Evil Gaming. There's a strange push for minorities within class-based conversations to consider the emotions of the steelman cis guy, but little contesting from people arguing that the cis guy should consider the minority groups. Yeah, it's really fucked. Yeah, that's it's not. Yeah, it's not helpful. All right. Well, okay. Everybody, we're going to take another 10-minute break, and let me just do that self-care command in the chat. There we go. And this is an example of the kind of thing that you can include to encourage people to take care of themselves, so that their capacity is fully helpful to you, or as helpful as they want it to be. Right? Drink water. Take any medication you need. Remember to eat what you can, breathe however you can, and stretch if you're able. You're loved very much. You're valid, and people here care. Okay, we're going to take another 10-minute break, and we'll see you all in 10 minutes, I guess.
See you soon.
everyone back in 2 minutes. One more minute, we're going to restart properly. I just want to remind everyone that we absolutely take, topics to discuss from the chat. If you have something you want to talk about right now, we can discuss it. If you want to suggest something for next time, we can do that too. If you have something you want to discuss now and it proves to be a really, really tricky topic, then yeah, we can do that too. Anyway, it's now been 10 minutes. Let's start that again. And let's go get Jess. Jess! Jess!
I'm eating cookie. I'm eating biscuit.
That's okay, buddy. Then let me just turn the lo-fi a little lower while Jess is finishing her cookie, and I'll read us this article. It's only a short one. I'm just acquainting us with the news that I want to discuss right now. More than 15,000 National Guard troops prepare to leave Washington. Majority of troops being sent home after Biden inauguration passes with only a handful of arrests made. Okay, more than 15,000 National Guard troops preparing to leave Washington, D.C. and head home after Joe Biden's presidential inauguration passed with only a handful of minor arrests and incidents. The National Guard Bureau has said that of the nearly 26,000 troops deployed, just 10,600 remained on duty. The Bureau said that the Guard was helping states with coordination and logistics so that the troops could get home. Meanwhile, the Washington Post and Politico reported that hundreds of Guard troops were forced out of areas of the Capitol they had been using for rest breaks and were relocated to a nearby garage. Photos of the troops in the garage drew outrage from lawmakers. Senator Tammy Duckworth, an Iraq War veteran, tweeted, "Just made a number of calls and have been informed Capitol Police have apologized to the guardsmen and they will be allowed back into the complex tonight. I'll keep checking to make sure they are." After midnight, Duckworth tweeted an update. "Troops are now all out of the garage. Now I can go to bed." Politico reported they had been allowed back into the Capitol. Thousands of National Guard troops from across the country arrived in Washington in response to escalating the security threats and fears of further rioting following the storming of the Capitol earlier this month by a pro-Trump mob. Guard forces were scattered around the city this week, helping to ensure the Capitol as well as monuments, metro entrances, and the perimeter of central DC, which was largely locked down for several days leading up to Wednesday's ceremony. The Secret Service announced that the special security event for the inauguration officially ended at noon Thursday. The Guard said it could take several days to make arrangements to send all the troops home. Guard members will have to turn in equipment, make travel plans, and go through COVID-19 screening. Some local law enforcement agencies have asked for continued assistance from the Guard, and roughly 7,000 troops are expected to stay in the region until the end of the month. Jess, Tony wants to know if you're eating a plebiscite.
Yes, it was.
Before we start this topic properly, I was informed during the break that I was informed by Natalie during the break that I did accidentally compare Mark Fisher to hyper-fascist Nick Land. And while Mark Fisher did study under Nick Land, that was when Nick Land was an academic Marxist before he went through the machine from The Fly that combined him with Adolf Hitler. And Mark Fisher, when I said Mark Fisher is one of these people, grouping him in with Land, I meant people who have a black pill Marxist analysis pertaining to the exact quote I was saying there, that we should ignore people's disabled people's needs and just push for revolution. I was not saying he was one of those people, a hyper-fascist neo-reactionary with Nick Land. Just to be clear, there we go. I've cleared that one up now. Let's go back to the article. So, all the troops have gone home. What's up with that? Oh, you've added a command. For the stream archives. Clever. Is that the right one? Dang, you're just way ahead of me here, Lorcan. Okay, so the troops have gone home. Jess, what were the troops there for? You're an American, you can explain this to me.
To protect the inauguration.
Wrong, try again.
To provide security theater.
Wrong! Okay, so obviously they were there for protection, obviously they were there for security, but we have to consider the aesthetic nature of policing. So in policing, a really common tactic is to massively overwhelm someone who is being arrested. So you'll have like 7 officers or whatever arresting one person, and this is because when someone knows they are completely overwhelmed, they don't they don't try anything, they don't try to overpower the person arresting them, and they just surrender. So at the very most basic level, it should be acknowledged that it was some kind of display of force, right? Because that makes at the very least, that makes the security more effective. People are less likely to try anything if there are overwhelming numbers of troops, right?
Yes.
But what I want to consider beyond that, that's just a sort of primer, is the aesthetic of Biden being in control of the country's military. So, a concept. Now it's just fallen out of my head. There was a French jurist called Jean Baudin, who first popularized the concept of the state monopoly on violence. And basically, this concept was that states get to commit legitimized violence. It's something, we kind of point out in basic understanding of of what's up with cops, why it's all fucked up that cops exist. He was sort of pointing it out from the other side, right? He was sort of pointing out his justifications for why the state should get to, perpetuate violence against people in an effort to create law and order. A century later, Thomas Hobbes repeated it and sort of canonized it as like a core concept of the state. The state has to have that. And Max Weber, about 3 centuries after that, wrote in, what was it? Politics as a Vocation. Max Weber wrote that people's the definition that we should use for a state is the monopoly on violence. Like, Weber wrote that the defining characteristic of a state is an organization that has the monopoly on violence within a society. So this concept is kind of fucked. Kind of fashy. I don't know if that's occurred to people. It's kind of messed up. They're just like, we should beat people up, and that's a good thing. But it's also an important concept to understand in terms of how modern governance is performed, because Weber was saying that in like 1920 or whatever, and so it is fairly recent. It is a modern theory of politics, and like, while it does sound just incredibly fascistic, it's important to understand it as like something that genuinely is used by people in power constantly, like assertion over the monopoly on violence as their kind of right to statehood. Is everyone following so far? Kestrel says, fellas, is it fash to assume that the government should have a monopoly on violence? Right. I mean, I think it's a kind of fucked idea, but like, it is, it's, while it might not be a good way to model your government, it is a good way to analyze the governments we have that exist.
Yeah, I think I'm following. You lost me a little bit when you started out, because I'm not entirely sure I believe that French people exist. But other than that, I was following.
Okay, all right. Well, forget about the French guy. That's just a mythological character. The important people here are Hobbes and Weber. Fine.
Perfect.
Fine. He only came up with it. It doesn't matter that much.
Right. Well, maybe. I don't know.
Right.
Like
yeah,
I said, not entirely. I've heard some things.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You're a skeptic for this idea. I
right.
respect that.
I'm considering both the possibilities. I have seen some compelling evidence that French people maybe don't exist. And
okay. So let's consider an argument that I have seen going around. Yes, I'm very sorry. A lot of these topics are just inspired by talking points that annoy me. An argument I've seen going around that paints Biden as just as authoritarian, just as fashy, in an attempt to, an attempt to various things. But one of the knock-on effects is like pretending that Trump is kind of like that Trump wasn't a fascist, and Biden and the liberals are equally exactly just as bad or worse or whatever you want to fucking nonsense, and basically painting anyone who denies that Biden is just as bad or worse as a liberal who's supporting Biden, where actually it's just kind of okay to be happy that Biden's in. It's kind of possible to do two things at once. We can like criticize Biden and be relieved. Yeah. If anything, the relief that Biden's in has given me fresh energy for criticizing Biden, I would say. But maybe that's just me. I thought Hobbes was the co-inventor of Calvin Ball. Well, yeah, and he also wrote Leviathan. What were you going to say, Jess?
I don't know, something about malarkey.
Right, like I'm not gonna succumb to the malarkey just because I'm relieved that the other malarkey has ended.
Yeah.
So this argument that I've seen, there's been a lot of coup takes that have been incredibly revisionist about something that happened 1 month and 2 days ago. There have been a ton of right-wing takes pretending like the coup was not violent, even though the coup attempt was not violent, even though people died during it. There were no intentions to overthrow the government or to be violent, and that no one was in any danger, even though a ton of these guys were carrying guns. One was carrying fucking zip ties. That's one thing that really gets me, is the zip ties. I know that it can be common among 2A fans to carry guns, to bring guns to protests, and it's not necessarily there with the intention of violence. They just, or allegedly.
Well, I mean, it wasn't legal for them to carry guns.
Right, sure.
At the protest, so...
Right.
Like it's not an expression of their legal right to carry guns.
But even if
Because
we
they
took it as an
didn't have a
expression,
legal right to
but
carry
if we took it
guns.
as an expression of their belief they should have the legal right to carry guns wherever they go, the zip ties, there is no argument that someone carries a bunch of zip ties to show off their legal right to carry zip ties. That's not a thing. That's just not a thing.
Right.
The people who were building gallows, right? It is, and to just tick this one off, I am not arguing either that every single person in that crowd was there with the intention of personally murdering Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. There we go. I've gotten that one out of the way. Now nobody has to argue with me that everyone in that crowd was there to murder AOC. No one has to argue with me as if that's what I'm saying, because that's not what I'm saying. But there are people painting it as if no one in that crowd was there with the intention of murdering AOC, which they were, which some of them were. Probably more were there with the intention of murdering Mike Pence. Like, that's what Trump's tweets were about. Anyway. These are my emotional support zip ties, right?
Yeah,
So-
I mean, I've seen bad faith explanations for why zip tie guy had zip ties, but
Right.
they're not believable.
Sure, right.
At all.
Yeah, and they shouldn't be taken with any degree of credibility. That guy was there to murder people. That's like just really like it can't be said more clearly than that, and shouldn't be said less clearly than that. That guy was there to murder people.
Right.
So
He did not like find zip ties on the ground and wanted to give them to the nearest law officer.
Right. Whatever ridiculous thing, whatever ridiculous right-wing talking points. Yeah, exactly. But the thing that particularly has been troubling me is I've seen this take around that's been painting the presence of the troops there as evidence that Biden is more of an authoritarian, more of a fascistic dude than Trump. So,
I mean, it doesn't make very much sense to me.
well,
that idea.
Again, I know. I'm sorry, everyone. I know too many of these points on the politics stream is literally just me responding to bad Twitter takes that I hate. But this is something that's perpetuated in like red-brown Twitter. The people who are seeking out like red-brown alliance, they're trying to pander to MAGA beliefs from a leftist perspective. So they're trying to argue that Biden is more of a fascist than Trump. And thereby claim that Trump was not a fascist and just made out to be a scary guy by the liberal left.
Right. Well, I mean, Biden wasn't president when
Right.
these troops were moved in.
Right,
either.
exactly. They were moved in, to have him inaugurated. But fine, whatever. Then you shift your argument onto it being the deep state, and then you pander to the MAGA guys even better. So the reason I'm bringing up this topic of the state monopoly on violence is that if we consider that idea of the aesthetic nature of policing, the aesthetic nature of security, that they need to demonstrate how powerful they are to avoid any attempts at violence, it preemptively stops the violence. We start to tap into the idea of the state monopoly on violence. Their presence is there to establish effectively that Biden's state, as he's sworn in, has the monopoly on violence because Trump tried to create a new state. So it all needs to be understood through this lens, I think. Because a lot of people who are making these kinds of arguments are also trying to argue that the people who took part in the storming of DC were just ordinary folks, and it was a populist movement, and it was a people's movement. Now, I've been over this just too many times at this point. The president fucking invited them there? That's not a populist movement?
Yeah, and a lot of them were very like wealthy people as well.
Yeah, for sure. And also, like, you know, the idea that I don't know, even the idea, even treating the idea as if it's like something to do with civilians versus like law enforcement or troops or something. I have bad news for whoever is saying that, like whoever's trying to argue this position about the amount that law enforcement and troops support Trump. It's a fucking ton. So like you can't argue that like all Trump support exists in like the most purely proletarian base. Like there is absolutely no element of like state actors or bourgeoisie in there. Like that's nonsense. But even setting aside the analysis of who the crowd were, because sure, it's absolutely worthwhile to point out that people flew there in private jets. And that a crowd of people who are toting rifles are people who have the money to buy and maintain rifles and to get carry permits and things like this, and to buy body armor, right? Like it's absolutely worth pointing out in response to red brown dickheads that the that the crowd are not like your, again, like working class steel man. However, I think the more interesting argument to be had here is that everyone in that crowd, no matter what their intention, was a state actor at that point. Because what Trump wanted, and now, again, another thing that is irrelevant here, but would seem very relevant, but is irrelevant, is feasibility. This is what Trump wanted, and this is what they wanted. It's not about whether it could have happened. I mean, the short answer is, like, largely, it absolutely couldn't. It wasn't going to happen, but, like, just that one goes out of the window, because this is to do with the intention. What Trump wanted and what the people there wanted was to establish that they were in control of the state by establishing their monopoly on violence. They wanted to show up there and show that they could commit violence, say, you know, murdering the politicians who stood in their way, and that violence would be legitimated by their own control over the state, right? We go back to Jean Baudin, go back to Hobbes, like, this is, they would have the legitimate violence, therefore they would have the monopoly on violence, therefore, per Weber, right, they would be the state. That's the fundamental idea of how a coup works. Is everyone following this? Jess, does this sound okay? Am I being confusing?
Right. Well, kind of.
I'm kind of being confusing.
All right, one more time.
Okay.
For
That's
the
okay.
Fembo
No,
brain.
I'm really glad to have it. Like, I want to make sure this comes across to people in a way they understand, because I think this is important theory for understanding the coup. And I know we're all a little bit past coup takes now, but such is my want. I like to go back and say, okay, now we're all done with that nonsense. Here's the actual correct way we should think about that event. That's going to be my cyberpunk.
Right.
Video.
I think I get it, but one more time.
Okay. All right.
I'm sure.
You're just checking. I get it. You're just testing me.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Don't worry, folks. Jess is just, you know, it would be too obvious for her to say. She just wants me to, like, prove that it wasn't a fluke. Okay. This conception starts with the idea that the state gets to perform what is considered legitimate violence. Now, we're all familiar with that idea. That's the idea of the police. If the police shoot you, then it's because you were doing a crime. If you shoot the police, that is you doing a crime, right? This notion, that's legitimate and delegitimate violence. Hobbes and Baudin argued that like this is a core concept of the state. Weber took it further and argued that the monopoly on violence is the defining characteristic of the state. So for a state to exist, they have to have this monopoly on violence. And while this isn't necessarily a good way to model how you want your society to be, because as I've run over, this is kind of a fashy idea. Authoritarian idea, there you go. It is a cornerstone of modern governance, and it is a good way of analyzing government because it's how a bunch of governments act in the real world. So what the troops were here for, were there for during the inauguration was firstly to manage security in case there were any kind of trouble. Secondly, to demonstrate their presence so that there wouldn't be any kind of trouble. But taking that even further, on a national scale, demonstrating their presence so there wouldn't be any kind of trouble, right? And that is very literally the state monopoly on violence. Biden was demonstrating control of the state by having all those troops there, or Biden's administration, whoever, they're asserting that, and the reason that they need to assert that is because Trump was trying to assert that he gets to have a monopoly on violence. Not the American government, not the troops, but him and the people who like him. See, in the fantasy world where the Trump coup works, what happens is that, this is another thing. This is another part of why it can't be analyzed as a populist movement, as a proletarian insurrection. In the fantasy where it works, they show up and the military say, "Fuck yeah, we support these guys. Trump forever." It's Trump for life. And then America's made great again, Day of the Rope, all of this shit, right? That was their point in doing that, was to assert that they get to have the monopoly on violence. And that is both, in itself, requires you to understand that they were not a people's movement, and also is a demonstration of the very clear truth. They were invited by the fucking president. I can't say this enough times. But they were not a people's movement. The people, the proletariat, the ordinary folk don't enter into this at all, even though supposed ordinary folk were in the crowd doing the storming of the Capitol. They aren't ordinary folk at that point. They are state actors, because Trump, as one faction of the state, was attempting to demonstrate his legitimate violence and his monopoly on violence using his supporters. And his supporters at that point, as I say, are state actors for the state of Trump. For the Trump state of America, right? And Biden bringing the troops in is to assert, firstly, the American government bringing in the troops and clearing out the insurrectionists. That's the American government saying, no, you don't have the monopoly on violence, go home. And then furthermore, forcing Trump to make a statement to his supporters saying, go home, we failed, we don't have a monopoly on violence. But even more than that, later in the month, Biden bringing in, what did it say in the article here? 26,000 troops in one city. That also is demonstration of their legitimate violence, their control over the state by their monopoly on violence. Hopefully that time through we all got it.
Okay, so what you're saying is the show of potential violence is a direct response to Trump's attempt at showing the same thing, basically.
The ideological basis of Trump's coup attempt is him saying, in so many words, we get to do whatever we want. He's saying, we the people, we the state, we the Trump supporters, we the people who want to make America great again, we're the state, we're the ones in charge. That's the basis on which people support him in the first place. So it was no surprise that it got to this thing, because it was kind of his message from the start. It's the notion of the MAGA hat, right? Since fucking ancient times, I always recount this. Like in an Egyptology lecture series I listened to, the lecturer pointed this out. Like, since the absolute earliest civilizations, the quickest, easiest way people have found to denote authority is to put a special hat on someone, right? The pharaoh wore a special hat, kings wear special hats, the emperor wears a wreath, the captain or the chef or the fireman or the policeman wear a special hat that tells you they aren't just an ordinary person. And the MAGA hat is the same. This is the theory of, political theory of hats, but like, it is very much literally the same thing. A special hat that set this loud, red, noticeable hat is there to tell everyone, I am elevated above the level of civilian. And that was always the message. It was always about elevating people to the level of state actor on behalf of the Trump state, right? Which is why this massive rise in stochastic white nationalist terrorism under Trump, right? That's the reason for, just all these mass shootings under Trump. It's because they were trying to enact the day of the rope, or the fascist revolution, as much as they possibly could, whenever they possibly could, because they viewed themselves as that state actor on behalf of the fascist state. Where does the incel fedora fit in? Exactly the same place. It is a special hat that tells women that you are a nice guy. Good example, honestly. Yeah, there you go. That's the special theory of hats.
Where does the Monopoly guy top hat fit in?
Well, the top hat is a class to what's the term? Signifier. The top hat is there to tell everyone that you're not one of the plebs, and you don't just eat pleb biscuits.
I see. Dang. Called out.
Hat stream next week. No, I think the red pill will be enough, like, abstract, silly theory without going into hat theory. What were you gonna say, Jess?
I just realized I'm not wearing a hat right now.
Oh, that's messed up.
I know.
Anarchist icon.
It's okay. My icon on screen is wearing a hat, so
True.
all good.
Anyway, Trump's project was always about nominating his supporters as actors on his behalf, and that's why there was this huge rise in stochastic terrorism under Trump. And that is also, as I say, why it's no surprise that it ended in them trying to do a coup. And again, it can't be stated enough, like, people who are buying into Trump's ideology on that level, like the ideology of fascism, makes people state actors. They can't be analyzed as proletarian average Joes, because, like, it's the Matrix again. Okay. to go from the red pill to its agents, and this is something I'll go into in my video about the Matrix sequels, but the agent is a really crucial and fantastic metaphor, and, like, it might be one of the best political metaphors, like, put to film, if maybe just put in media at all. But just, like, the ordinary person who, when they see something that's challenging the status quo, just, like, vibrates and then turns into this dude in a suit who comes to kill you, is, like, such a fucking good metaphor for the way that people can become actors on behalf of the state in a fascistic sense. You okay?
I'm cold.
How are you cold?
It's so
Just turn it to face you completely. I'm quite warm. I'm getting so animated over here. doing all my yelling. Video about the Matrix sequel? Yeah, it's my next Patreon reward after Zack Snyder. It's called The Matrix Sequels Are Good, actually.
You've already hit that, haven't you?
Oh yeah, I'm like well behind.
So it's happening.
Yeah, I'm currently planning it with Sarah. Actually, I've got a call with Sarah tomorrow to do some planning and writing. Yeah. So I mean, how are we doing? Are we catching up? Are we all caught up with the point I wanted to make here?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I was pretty lost until we got into hat discourse, and then that like put me right on track. That's exactly what I needed to understand.
I'm sorry that I'm not I'm completely incapable of not doing a huge tangent about some bullshit.
Like honestly, like I say that in like a somewhat joking way, but like honestly, like it really did help. I liked it. Thank you.
Okay.
Don't stop.
The point of this section, the reason I wanted to discuss it, was really just to get across to people that we, like, when people are trying to perpetuate this right-wing revisionism about the coup, when people are trying to flirt with like red-brown alliance shit, like by claiming that the people who did the storming are ordinary working folk, when people try to pretend that there was no murderous intent, whatever, no violent intent, that's kind of the crucial thing here. Like, the most important way to discuss the coup is it was, because all coups are, an attempt to demonstrate monopoly on violence. And then, if you want evidence of that, just look at how the state has responded by putting 26,000 troops in Washington for the inauguration. Like, it wouldn't be like necessary to do that. Like, they could detail a Secret Service plan that just makes sure Biden himself is okay, or all politicians themselves are just okay, but they put the city into lockdown. Like, they brought in 26,000 troops into one city. And it's about the demonstration of force. And it's about the monopoly on violence. Any thoughts from the chat? Any topics that we want to discuss after this? Kind of opening it up to the room, since I feel like we've gotten through everything. But also, any notes from anyone? Jess, obviously. Because, yeah, that's the last topic.
Yeah, I feel like I understand, but I think it's probably that I haven't seen the horrendously bad red-brown Twitter takes.
Yeah, if people aren't seeing the annoying takes that I'm seeing, you might not understand the necessary need for this discourse. But I do think this is just the important way that everyone should conceptualize both the coup and the troops in Washington for the inauguration. It's important to compare them in this, and the way that you compare them is through this lens. And quite notably, the analysis where the coup is just a proletarian demonstration of what the people want, and we should work together with these people and teach them class consciousness, and that analysis is not cohesive. Like, it doesn't explain everything.
They weren't there for their own interests, really.
Right.
They weren't there to improve their working conditions.
Right.
Or anything like that.
Right. Because people are rational, and they can actually understand things well enough that, if they wanted to improve if they understood the problem as being their material conditions, their working conditions, their pay or whatever, and they believed that they decided they were going to do something about it, they absolutely can figure out that a union is the way that you get better working conditions or better pay. As for the people who believe that Trump was going to give them better healthcare, that is quite tragic. But And some people are far enough into like a fascist rabbit hole that they believe that Trump is going to give them better healthcare, and the only thing standing in the way was the people that they needed to, get rid of. But like, for the most part, it's people who are there to make the simple statement, we are in charge, and we're turning things back to normal. We're going to make America great again. That's what it's always been about. I do worry that the justification of the insurrection will be used for creating harsher anti-terrorism laws, which will be used quickly to undermine legitimate protests and grassroots movements, not the white nationalists they supposedly are designed to target. That's a fact of life. That's completely going to happen. There's no. It's hard to feel powerless politically. But we have to accept sometimes that we just are until we all organize together to change things. And so for the time being, like, the fact is, when white nationalist groups get together and do this kind of shit, and then they bring in stricter anti-terrorism laws, yes, those will be used against leftist, against anti-racist, against progressive protests and grassroots movements. And that's the fucked up and sad fact of it, and it's not any reason to like forgive or sympathize with the fascists. Again, I know I'm just relating it back to like really bad takes that I've seen, but like
it's
but
a
like
good reason to directly push back against those laws.
We absolutely should push back against those laws, because we know that the state already had the power to stop all that shit and didn't do it.
Exactly.
And the state doesn't need to be awarded new powers. It's absolutely good reason to push back against those new powers being awarded, but but then some people try to use it as like, see, we're all on the same side. The state wants to suppress these people, and those laws will only be used against us, and blah blah blah. And it's like, no, the white nationalists for the last 5 years have been doing whatever the fuck they want, because that is their entire mission statement, to get to do whatever the fuck they want. And capital has been on their side. And because capital has been on their side, it's facilitated absolutely anything they want to do, and the state, the capitalist American state, has been aiding them. But when it gets around to an election, and first off, Trump has lost, so it would be a huge upset to the status quo for Trump to stay in and the people's mandate not be represented. And secondly, Trump's bullshit threatens to get in the way of capital. Like, to some degree, the status quo just needs things to tick over as capital benefits the most from just things ticking over as usual, and Trump's too much of a wild card. Suddenly the kid gloves come off, and the fascists are absolutely horrified, because they believed that the world was run by people like them who want everything to just be as normal as possible. Other people who want to make America great again and all this shit. And it is to some degree, but the systemic power of capital is more than any of those individuals can wield. So what you've seen a lot of the fallout from the coup is like fascists being absolutely astonished, proper like shocked Pikachu meme, that they don't get to just do anything, because it would be interfering with capital for America to have a civil war. And so capital says no.
Right, like white supremacy, like racism, all of this are tools to divide people.
Right.
So long as it doesn't, get in the way of capital.
One of the really, like, horrifying things about the last 5 years is that it's been a demonstration that while elected and within the elected frameworks, right, and without upsetting capital, how much white supremacy can do. Like, that's what one of the things that's been so scary about Trump is showing very clearly how much fascism, white supremacy can get away with before it causes any problems under the system. Like, you see really clearly that capital is on the side of suppressing, like, anti-racist movements or whatever, because it's too much upset, it's too much disturbance to capitalism. Like, so capital incentivizes the suppression of those kinds of things, but it doesn't incentivize the suppression of, like, huge demonstrations of fascist support. You know, so it's scary to see that, like, the next time around, whatever next horrible fascist runs as the Republican candidate, like, if elected, could get away with even more. It was that trying to overturn the election was really the first point where en masse the fascists saw that they couldn't just have anything they wanted. So provided they could win another election, which, like, quite plausibly they could, like, they could get away with way more.
Right. I don't feel like Biden will do enough during his term to at all curb the rise of white nationalism and white supremacy.
Right. It's very troubling. That's a serious, like, worrying point. Plus, some of our pals will have taught those fascists class consciousness language in the meantime, so they'll be able to recruit even more working people. Yay!
They already knew it from Tucker Carlson.
True. They already knew it. Co-opting working class solidarity language is like fascist 101. Anyway.
Yeah.
At Dama Sophie, for another topic, what are your thoughts on people characterizing Wall Street bets as a populist uprising when it wasn't that? We can talk about that just now. That's a great topic to talk about just now. I would like to. That's a great topic for just now. And I'm not saying that you meant the other. I'm just using the opportunity to clarify. Today was very America focused, and next time I'm going to be actively seeking out things that are not about America. Because, yeah, it's just way too easy for us to make all our politics American-centric. May I share a possible topic for next stream? I think a cool topic would be the campaigns against gender ideology in Latin America. I got a bunch of English bibliography to recommend about it. That sounds good. Definitely link me that. I, because of my own personal life, would kind of like to cover turf shit going on in the UK and transphobic shit going on in the UK. And I kind of feel weird about covering somewhere else first, but, like, maybe that's just silly. I don't know. No, share that stuff for sure, and I can think about including it in, if not next week, then at some point soon. That does sound like a good topic. Wasn't it revealed that the mods were propagating the whole thing to make a ton of money off people buying high? Yeah, the Wall Street Bets thing was an interesting mess. Jess, what's your, like, general understanding of the Wall Street Bets thing?
Well, I watched the Twitter video of Evelyn Penrose, I think.
Yeah. The voice of Megara from Hades, yeah.
Yes, and she explained it all pretty well. So I think I've got it down.
Okay, do you want to tell us? I know, I'm just testing you.
There's some a stock market, and
I can hear the sweating. So basically, for those unfamiliar, in the last couple of weeks, the subreddit Wall Street Bets has gone in hard on everyone buying GameStop stocks. That's hard to say. And the result of this is GameStop stock price soaring, and obviously people would be able to make a bunch of money selling that, and a bunch of people did. And so this has helped, like measurably helped a fair few people. They've been posting their very heartwarming anecdotes about being able to pay for, I mean, heartwarming in that, like, if America didn't have a private healthcare system, like horrifying private healthcare system, it wouldn't be necessary at all. But for the meantime, heartwarming, you know, stories about being able to, like, get their dog surgery, or get, you know, treatment for their cancer or something, pay off student loans, cool stuff, you know, whatever. So, sorry, 1 second. Goblin Breakfast says, about future possible topics, not sure if it is selfish, but talking about Poland would be really cool if ever possible, or Hungary maybe. It's not selfish at all, and I absolutely, like, I'll think about, like, a topic in particular to talk about. I mean, maybe just Poland in general. Like, I am, as happened at the top of this stream with the Puerto Rico discussion, I'm not above just doing an educational segment where we're all learning together about the kind of the situation somewhere. Oh, and maybe situation of travelers in the UK or generally Europe. I would have to book out an entire stream for that one because Natalie's family is are Romani, and she actually did her dissertation on the experiences of Romani people in education in the UK.
Started doing a dissertation.
And so we would be just, it would need to be like a whole thing probably. No, I mean, maybe I'd just do one segment on it and then just tell Natalie to fuck off at the end, shove her off screen. That all sounds good. I'll think about how to cover Poland maybe. And travelers are an interesting topic because of, like, their history, but also contemporary treatment in all sorts of places. Yeah, I'm just thinking it over now. It could well be. And it's not selfish at all. I should say this for everybody watching. Like, if you have a topic that's about you and, like, stuff that you're facing right now, absolutely I want to talk about it. Absolutely I want to discuss that kind of stuff. You can search for Sexuality Policy Watch. They have a bunch of good material in English audio, and this. Cool, I'm checking it out just now. But I'm going to get on with this topic about Wall Street bets. So,
as a bit of a treat and to explain it, do you think you could watch the little video?
That sounds good. I'll just finish the thought I was on, which was, after a time, people who had not sold started perpetuating hold the line as this meme. They were not going to sell, and they were going to deliberately cause trouble in the stock market as an act of spite and vengeance. And a lot of people were characterizing this as like workers' solidarity, bringing down the man, Occupy Wall Street, and basically because of shorting. Shorting is if you've seen the Big Short, that's, you know, kind of the best good popular understanding I've seen. But basically it's a bet. It's a bet against something. You're betting something's going to fail, and there was a hedge fund that was betting on GameStop failing. Betting on GameStop's stock price falling. And because that didn't happen by a certain date, or, like, you know, that not happening by a certain date means that short fails, and so the hedge fund loses money. Loses money that they've invested in that happening, essentially. Like I say, it's like a bet. People, again, attributing this to a kind of noble intention to, like, stick it to them because of the practice of shorting and stuff like this. You know, it's more complicated than that. That can be characterized that way a little bit, I guess, but, like, it's not the it's more complicated, and there's at the very least more history to it than that. Let's go. There you go. All right. Let's go watch this video.
I mean, if you haven't been following along so far, this will explain it.
Yeah,
pretty well.
It's a good one. All right.
So.
Oh God, Elon Musk is the top reply. Jesus Christ. Ugh, gross.
I have been seeing. So I have been seeing a lot of people online who are like, what is going on with the stock market? Is there anyone who can explain this in normal person terms? And so I decided I want to do that because like I own stocks. So I like have a pretty good understanding of the stock market. And from what I understand, there are these people who they have lots of money and they have hedges around their house and they go to the market, but it's like not a real market. It's it's metaphorical, but it's real. And they go, uh-oh, that company is not doing well, so I'm gonna make it do worse. So they pull out some papers and they go, who wants to make a deal? They start making deals and they say if this company's good, if it goes down, then I get money from you, and if it goes up, then I'll give you money. But they don't tell you that it's not gonna go up. I mean, they will make it so it goes down. But then there was this online reading club that was like, well, not today. We want hedges too. And so they went into their bank accounts, and then they also went to the market, and they were like, buy of the company, and changed it a lot. And so now the initial people with the hedges have to give their hedges, I think, to the other people. So yeah, if you have any questions, just let me know.
Fuck Elon Musk. Fucking piece of shit. Sorry, that wasn't the takeaway from that. Anyway, that was a good watch.
That cleared everything up for me.
Oh, I'm really glad. Well, if that or my explanation before did not clear up things for people, say in chat and I can try and explain a bit better.
I also have a very good recommendation. There's an episode from Citations Pod about it, and they have a really good guest on to explain everything.
Citations Pod are generally good.
Yeah, Citations Needed podcast.
Cool.
Extremely good.
Yep. Anyway, so to run through it again quickly, there's a practice called shorting in the stock market. It's where you bet against something. The Big Short, if you've heard of that movie but haven't seen it, is about some people who bet against more or less the economy as the whole because they could see the 2007 and 8 financial crash coming, and when they tried to warn people about it, nobody listened, so they were like, well, we'll make a bunch of money. Also not the purest of intentions. But this hedge fund was shorting GameStop stock, and I and I stopped because I
didn't realize that's what that movie was about.
Yeah, a bunch of people making money off of the financial crash. It's pretty grim.
Right. Yeah. Well, Margot Robbie came in to explain stuff to me, but it didn't make it easier. I didn't.
Yeah, so the movie...
I didn't understand it what she was saying.
So the movie ends with Margot Robbie's in a bathtub. I've heard some people say there's like after credits content or something, but
I think it happens a couple times throughout the movie.
Yeah, that's true actually. Sorry, let me get back on here. Right, look, there's a practice called shorting. It's betting against. Okay, you just bet that something's going to go badly. There was this hedge fund that was reliant on GameStop failing. The subreddit Wall Street Bets got together and were like, let's all buy GameStop stock. I did it again. And then...
Bye.
Yes. And then a bunch of people, and then they became really insistent that they weren't going to sell, as it became more and more clear that by last Friday, Friday before, that it would fuck up this hedge fund and lose a bunch of people a bunch of money. Elon Musk, as if he didn't become the richest man in the entire world that week, pretended he was on the side of these people, which is just like, fuck off, you creep, you absolute fucking sicko creep. But who trims the hedges? Well, I guess the Redditors trimmed the hedge. They trimmed.
Well, the reading club had the piece of paper, and they're like, well, I want to make a deal with you. And then after they went, bye. I think they got together and they have to trim the hedges, otherwise they don't make money.
Also, a guy who's tried to manipulate the market into buying more stocks by tweeting, that Musk fella. He actually manipulated the market into selling a bunch of the stock of his company. He said that his company's stock was too high, and lost them a bunch of money. Anyway, look, a bunch of people were trying to attribute
thank you,
various motivations to the people in Wall Street Bets, when the purest motivation was they all got together to make money together, and as a subreddit dedicated to the stock market is in the first place, kind of obviously, and then a lot of people projected a lot of shit onto it. It's good that a lot of people were reminded that the stock market sucks and that we all hate it. That's cool, but it doesn't make it an inherently leftist people's movement either.
Right. But the biggest things that came bigger than the thing itself was the fact that immediately afterwards they shut down that subreddit. They shut down the Discord server where they were acting as they said on Citations Pod, faster than they'd ever shut down sources of fucking white nationalist organizing on Reddit, right? Or any of these kinds of things. Yeah. They said that the Discord was taken down for hate speech or whatever, and I'm sure they managed to find something, but as if there aren't, hundreds of thousands and tens of thousands of Discords with people saying hateful shit on them.
Yeah, there was kind of
aren't being taken down.
There was kind of a weird combination of things going on where it was really obviously the systemic response of capital saying poor people making money, no, right, not allowed, and at the same time a bunch of people,
they're not allowed to play,
and then there were a bunch of fashy dudes mixed in there. It's Reddit,
right? It's but they're not defined by their political ideology in that space in the first place. They're coming to you except for their interest in stocks, which is something of itself, isn't it?
Well, I'm just it's Reddit. Of course, there were some fashy dudes in the mix. Of course.
Yeah.
And then people using that as the justification for stopping poor people having any control over the market. Weirdly, a bunch of people kind of took that and were completely bought into that explanation and were the Wall Street Bets thing is a fash operation. Really? Big time.
Wow, that's fucked. Yeah. That's hilarious.
To the point that I was trying to vague tweet about the Red Browns, who I hate so much, and
someone assumed that you were talking about.
Yeah, and someone assumed that I must be talking about Wall Street Bets and got really angry with me, actually.
And you were like, why would you ever think that I was saying that? Because why would anybody fall for that? Yeah. But just hilarious, like incredible how blatant they were. They were just, immediately like,
Yeah.
no.
And Congress
these people
and
are not
Congress
allowed
talking
to
about
play. This is scary and bad.
Yeah. And Congress talking about like regulating the market to change, like
Right.
mhm.
After they'd refused
Yeah.
to do it when it had destroyed, like, fucked up the entire world's economy, like a fucking
I don't know that I have any
global
interesting
recession.
I don't know that I have any interesting take. Jess, if you have an interesting take about the Wall Street bets thing, feel free to offer it. But like, my take is just that like it was a bunch of dudes. So anyone trying to ascribe like a political motivation of any kind is wrong.
Right, but it's about what you get out of it, isn't it? Like,
Yeah,
it's
that's
a
what.
really,
No, but that's worthwhile. But that's also been said a whole bunch as well.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I'm just like where there's no interesting take
Yeah.
anymore. Like it's just like, yeah.
What?
Yep.
What happens next?
I mean, I've like, this isn't the first time I've heard of Wall Street bets. I've been on Wall Street bets before. All of this went down.
Of course.
And it's like, okay, I'm not going to explain that further. But it's I wouldn't agree that there isn't necessarily no ideology shared by the community.
Oh, I mean, inherently you have to buy into the stock market being like that's something you can stomach. Like at the very barest minimum, you have to be like, yeah.
Yeah, the community is like all about like wealth, like adoration and idolization.
Yeah, that's what I mean about like people were treating it like it was this like workers or like people's uprising or whatever. Gamers rise up. But it's like, yeah, it's a group of people who are there to make money.
They're fighting for the same kind of access to stocks as all these other dudes. Like,
I don't even
all
know if
these
it's fair
elites have.
to call it they're fighting for.
Well, by the end, some of them are.
Right.
Some of them were like protesting outside
Eh?
the like Robin Hood offices and whatever.
Yeah.
Or the like hold the line signs and shit.
Right,
and, like,
right.
And there definitely were people very emotionally attached to the idea.
Yeah,
of,
but
like,
again, I also think those people are projecting their noble ideas onto.
No, I mean people involved in it.
No, I mean you can be projecting and be inside it, like.
Oh yeah, totally, yeah.
Projecting it onto the group as a whole when it's just what you personally feel. Sorry, Jess, we cut you off. What you were saying?
No, I mean, I was pretty much it. But Biggest Junior has the right idea, where it's just this rise and grind culture that's very much it, of like wealth. It's, and in one hand, it is like because these hedge funds are super wealthy and they ascribe them negative qualities that they want to like short the funds, but it is, like you said, it is to like with the end goal of wealth accumulation.
Right.
Like they are there to make money out of it.
I feel like I said, I don't have a very interesting take, so I'm open to any other topics we want to discuss before we wrap it up for today. We'll definitely do that discussion of the red pill from Neo Reaction of Basilisk next week. Not next week, no, next time, because it's a really good discussion and it's a good excuse to just do a bit of a book club topic for one of the 3 topics we talk about. It's a fascinating section. It's really, really good. Tony says that was still a really good answer. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. I'm just looking out in case anybody has any last topics they want to discuss before we go. I will do what I did last time, which was when I finished talking about it, I had a tweet. When I finished the stream, I had like a thread where underneath I was saying like reply here if you have topics. So if you just watch out for me tweeting that. If you have any ideas and you're not in the chat anymore, you can add them on there. I'm just giving it a minute just in case. Anyway, Jess, is there any cool upcoming projects that you are taking part in that you want to promote?
cool upcoming projects.
Yeah, like, you doing
That
anything at the
could-
moment? Like, you making stuff? Like,
Like, like maybe some sort of like video series.
a video
Start of
series?
it.
Wow, that sounds fun.
Right. Like it might even be collaborative between me and someone else.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Are you interested? And you want me to tell you
I want to
more?
hear all about this, yeah. You and someone else? That's awesome.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Wow. Can't believe I get the opportunity to talk about this. All right. So soon on my channel, new series called Rolling with Rainbows. The series is going to be about tabletop role-playing games and how to. Well, it's in general it's about tabletop role-playing games, but specifically it's about being good and why play the tabletop role-playing games. Check them out.
Yeah. Anything else?
The first episode is about creating deep and diverse characters, specifically queer characters for your tabletop role-playing game.
Yeah.
And some reasons why you may want to do that. And also a whole supplement.
Whoa.
A whole supplement.
Whoa.
That gives you an outline on how you can do that in your own game. So if you're like, whoa, this video was cool, but how am I supposed to do this in my game? Am I supposed to rewatch this video every time I want to create a deep and diverse character? No. No, you don't have to do that, okay? Because you got a supplement, you can download it, you can reference it. It's like 4 pages.
Whoa.
I mean, it's more than 4 pages, but there's like 4 good pages of examples and the template that you can use in your game to send it to the next level, to really level up your game, make it better for everyone.
I'm considering doing a series where I'm pretty sure I'm going to do this much of it. Like, I'm going to do a bunch of one-shots with different systems and different players, just to like try out those systems. And it's partly like in research for doing Rolling with Rainbows. If Jess wasn't clear, I'm the co-host of Rolling with Rainbows, and I need to research, so I need to play a bunch of systems to do that, and so I'm gonna do a series. I'm gonna play a bunch of different systems and like do one shots that'll be like sort of 1 to maybe 5 sessions, but it's like it's just one arc, it's just one campaign. In order to like familiarize myself with different systems. Like I'm arranging with some friends right now to play Vampire the Masquerade, but that's the base minimum bit. Like, I'm definitely going to do that, play those games. What I'm considering doing is like recording all of them, editing them down into sort of podcast length episodes, and then putting them up as kind of associated with Rolling with Rainbows, so that people can like see a practical example of people playing those systems, and it's also like so they know kind of where my research is happening. And you know, sometimes have Jess as a player, sometimes Jess would DM and I be a player.
Yeah,
is my kind of idea. My working title is Tabletop Vamer, but I might change it. I have this open in my other on my other screen right now. This is as far as I got on designing some sort of graphics or logo for it, and then I stopped because I was doing this like 5 minutes before the stream. Anyway, so
nice.
I'm planning that, and I'm also quite tempted by the idea of kickstarting to pay for an animator so that the podcast could have some nice visuals. Anyway, that's the idea.
Right. It might be good to.
Okay,
this is an offline thought. I'll give you my offline thought later.
Okay.
But there's also a Discord for Rolling with Rainbows. You can join and meet other people who also would like to play tabletop role-playing games.
Lorcan, can you add a command RWR Discord and add that link? That would be really helpful.
Yeah, that would be really helpful, Lorcan. There's this Discord. Already there have been 2 games that have been set up and run through it, which is really cool. I've heard some really good things about how those games are going.
Yeah, because I see people like responding constantly when I'm talking about how fun tabletop gaming is. People saying like, I really want to get into this. This looks awesome, but I can't find anyone. I don't know where to go to play with people. And I'm like, well, look online, like make some online friends and like do it online. But even then, people kind of don't necessarily know where to go. So I'm glad to be able to provide this link because it's like, yeah, people can go there easily and join in.
Yeah, here it is. Go here. There are plenty of people on there who are either like trying to set up a game or would be open to you setting up a game and playing in it.
Yeah.
In your game.
Absolutely. Yeah. Not to get the wires crossed, I'm going to be playing the series I was talking about, like playing different systems just with my pals in my pals Discord. I'm not this isn't an opportunity for you to join in on my games, but there are lots of cool people in that Discord anyway, and you should check it out and play with them. So I think if that's it, I'm going to wrap it up for today. This was a really good discussion. I was really glad with all the stuff that we covered. Is that another server? That's just my own personal one. That's what I mean. I'm really happy with the stuff that we covered today. I thought that was really good. As I said before, I'll put out a tweet that people can reply to in case they have more ideas for what to cover next time. Feel free to reply to it with those ideas if you've already said them as well. Like, even if I talked about them, I'm only human. I might forget. So just like check it out. And I guess we'll do this again in 2 Mondays. So what would that be? Monday the 22nd. Okay, Monday the 22nd, everybody. We'll be back to talk about some more topics, and I don't know what yet, but one of them will be the red pill. So
it'll be good.
Get ready to take the red pill next time.
I'm ready.
Fuck.
To get red pilled.
Cool. I'm gonna red pill everyone. Great. I can't wait. But bye everyone.
Bye.
Remember to sub to the channel if you like the streams, and patreon.com/CurioVids and patreon.com/thatjess as well. Wait, is it that Jess?
It is, yeah.
Okay, cool. I got it right. Okay. Bye. Bye everyone. See you next time.
Bye.